The House will come to order. Chair recognizes a member from Auburn, Representative Osborne, who moves the House adjourned from the session of February 20th, 2025. You ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the House is adjourned. The House will attend to a prayer by Chaplain Reverend Jonathan Hopkins, pastor, Concordia Lutheran Church in Concord.
Morning. Let us pray. Dear God, we give you thanks for this country we live in, for this sweet land of liberty, this land where our fathers died, land of our pilgrims' pride. Help us to treasure this great country and land. Let us never tire of defending freedom and liberty. Let us be worthy of those who have gone before and fought to create and preserve our country. Help the New Hampshire House of Representatives to be inspired by this land of noble free, the woods and templed hills, this land that was made for you and me, this land of great lakes, soaring mountaintops. Help us to protect the natural beauty of our state. Help us to welcome all those who come here dreaming of freedom and liberty, all those dreaming to make a better life for their families. Bind us together as Americans who love the land, our country, and each other. We continue to pray for Representative Grossman's son, Oscar, and to pray for Shannon Gerard and their family as they mourn the death of her husband, Christopher. Even as we disagree about policy, let us never tire of caring for one another. God bless America, this land that we love. Stand beside her, guide her, and light her from above. Stand with all your people this day in celebrating all the freedoms we enjoy, and help us to remember always that freedom is never free, but takes every citizen to do their part to be vigilant in defense of these hard-fought freedoms and liberties. Amen.
Chair recognizes a member from Anthem, Representative James Creighton, who will lead us in a Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair recognizes Addyson Cutter of Antrim, who will now sing our national anthem.
Stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, o'er the rampart we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave for the land of the free and the home of the
The House will attend to requests for leaves of absence.
Mr. Speaker, the day, illness, Representatives Fract, Franz, Selig, and Tripp. The day, important business, Representatives Comtois, Dee Poulin, Michael Murphy, Patrigno, St. Clair, and Turcotte. The day, illness in the family, Representative Grossman.
These leaves of absence shall be granted unless otherwise ordered by the House. House will attend to the introduction of guests.
Mr. Speaker, please welcome John Judd, student from Holy Family Academy in Manchester, and Jenna Bailey, student from the Academy for Science and Design in Nashua, our pages for the day.
Welcome to the New Hampshire House.
Mr. Speaker, please welcome Jacob, Jameson, and Erica Cutter, parents and brother of the singer, guests of Representative Wallner. Steve Pierce, former state representative from Massachusetts, Bill and Sharon Palmer, and Walter Heening, guests of Representative Grant. Anthony Henry and Tyler Witzkull, guests of Representative Tebow. William Clark and Heather Morton of NCSL, guests of Representative Simpson and the Speaker. They are with us in the gallery today.
The House will now attend to revenue estimates, H.R. 17, which is located in your seat pockets. Representative Janigian moves ought to pass and is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, House Resolution 17 is the culmination of many hours of diligent work by the House Ways and Means Committee, and I thank them for their help. And up here with me is Representative Almy, the ranking member of the Democrats. The committee's charter, that is the Ways and Means, considers what the unrestricted revenue estimate should be for fiscal years 2025, which we are almost done with, another 3 months or so, fiscal year 26 and 27. The conclusions are summarized in H.R. 17. I think most of you, or all of you, should have it in your seat pockets. Keep in mind that these estimates are based on current law only. It doesn't matter what bills are currently coming through the House. We only consider what is current law at the moment. The committee started off the process by hearing testimony from state agencies such as the Department of Revenue, the Office of the Legislative Budget Assistant, the State Treasurer, the Department of Business and Economic Affairs, the Department of Employment Security, a senior demographer for UNH, and the UNH Casey School of Public Policy. We try to get as much background information as we can on the economics of what's happening, and the committee also heard from economists and others from outside the state government, such as the Senior VP of Strategic Planning and Research at the Federal Home Loan Bank of Boston, the CEO and VP of the Business and Industry Association, the Association of Realtors, the New Hampshire Fiscal Policy Institute, and the Josiah Bartlett Center for Public Policy. All this initial information gathering was to understand the state of the economy and the direction it's headed over the next 2 years. We still don't have our crystal ball, so we use this as our best way of estimating what's going to happen. Next, we heard from individual state agencies regarding where they expected their fiscal year 25, 26, and 27 revenue to end up. The committee heard presentations of revenue projections from the Department of Revenue, Department of Administrative Services, the Treasury Department, the Bureau of Securities Regulations, the Judicial Branch, the Insurance Department, the Lottery Commission, and the Liquor Commission, and the Department of Transportation and Fish and Game. So as you can see, we've kind of spanned through the whole of these agencies to understand where do they think their estimates, their high and low estimates are going to come. We asked these agencies for those highs and lows for fiscal year 25, 26, and 27. The committee then studied and considered those estimates in concert with the economic briefings we listened to, as well as our own economic information we've heard on news reports and newspapers we've read. Ultimately, the revenue estimates that are summarized before you are the culmination of the work of the committee as it puts forth its best estimates for state revenue and its most honest estimates, trying to kick aside any political leanings, just what is the reality of the estimates, and that's how I would say we ended up with a complete committee vote of, I believe it was 19-0, completely bipartisan, both Republicans and Democrats agreeing this was a fair estimate. Okay, with that introduction, let me go to the green sheet that you all have in front of you and quickly, not to spend much more time on this, because I know we have a lot of business to get to, but if we look at the line 12, business taxes we have, I think many of you probably already know, collections are down. So that's why you'll see the official estimate from before of 1.259 million is higher than the committee estimate for the rest of 2025. We did see growth. We did plan on growth of 3 to 4% over the next 2 years, that being fiscal year 26, and then another 3 or 4% fiscal year 27, and thus that's why if you look at the right-handmost row there, it's 1.102, actually billion. I don't know if I said million before. Rooms and meals are doing pretty good. Those have stood the test of time pretty well. That's why you see those going up. The tobacco tax, we've seen some degradation there, primarily because less people are smoking, and more people are starting to go towards e-cigarettes, vapors, and the liquids that go in them. The taxes on those aren't as high, but the committee also heard testimony that there may be several establishments that are not paying their taxes on those e-cigarette things, so we need to look at that further. But for now, tobacco revenue is down mainly because regular cigarette smoking is down. Liquor sales also are down, and some of that could be due to the same sort of thing where e-cigarettes and vapes are taking some of that. So we're going to have to take a closer look at where that's heading. Interest and dividends tax, you all should know by now that that's going away. That's why when you look at column 16, you see that going down, and then ultimately 0 in 2027. And then you've got things like insurance tax, communications services tax that are pretty stable. Those don't vary much from year to year. The real estate transfer tax, obviously just a lack of inventory has caused real estate sales to diminish, but prices are higher. The net effect is we've seen a little degradation, but we're also starting to see an uptick in real estate purchase again, so that's why you'll see those numbers going up in 26 and 27. And then things like court fines and fees on line 20, line 21, securities revenues, beer tax 22, all those are very stable, don't vary a whole lot. Line 23, other, that's typically interest on cash holdings. There was a lot of money from COVID that was earning interest, and as that slowly goes away, you see a decrease there. And then as you look through the rest of the lottery is down a little bit, but we expect that to stay fairly stable. Tobacco settlement is basically, there's a tobacco settlement that over the next, we're still another 10 years or so where we'll be collecting that. That's fairly stable. Line 26, utility property tax, that is pretty stable. Statewide property tax. The rest of the sheet going on down is fairly stable, not a whole lot of change. So this is, the committee did their best estimates. We spent a lot of time trying to come to the reality of what it really is, and that's why I think it was unanimous vote, and this is where we ended up. I ask for your, press the green button to pass this bill. Thank you.
The question is on the motion to order pass. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. Representative Janigian moves that H.R. 17 be laid on the table. The question is on the motion to lay H.R. 17 on the table. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and H.R. 17 is laid on the table. The House will now attend to the consent calendar.
Mr. Speaker, from the Committee on Resources, Recreation, and Development, House Bill 691, removed by Representatives Plosov, Granger, Tom Mannion, DeLemus, Dunn, Weary, Hall, Perez, Sodi, and Potenza.
Are there any other bills to be removed from the consent calendar? Representative Osborne moves that the consent calendar with the relevant amendments as printed in today's House record be adopted. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the consent calendar is adopted. The rules of the House from the Committee on Environment and Agriculture, HB 153 FN, HB 215 FN, and HB 566 FN are referred to the Committee on Finance. The Committee on Municipal and County Government, HB 547 FN, is referred to the Committee on Finance. The House will now attend to the regular calendar. Majority of the Committee on Ways and Means, to which was referred House Bill 503 FN, an act amending how revenues from taxes are allocated to the Education Trust Fund. Consider the same, report the same with the following resolution, that is inexpedient to legislate. Present seal orders for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Thomas Schamberg for the minority of the committee. The chair recognizes Representative Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We need to acknowledge that tax cuts for the wealthy and multinational corporations have left our local property taxpayers footing the bill for vital services for Granite Staters. We're now seeing a budget that pushes costs onto working families, including a 5% tax on working families for health care, which they can't afford. We need to have a conversation about how we help working and middle-class Granite State families in this state. But this isn't the bill. I ask you to vote against HB 503.
The motion before us is inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 503 FN. Are you ready for the question?
Division? Do you want a division?
You want a division?
Schamberg will answer division.
This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. Representative Sweeney has asked for a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 503 FN. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Schamberg for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the present New Hampshire tax policies are cutting needed revenues while downshifting costs onto the backs of towns, cities, and our neighbors in our districts, and if I know that this unfair tax system, which is rigged for the multinational corporations and the ultra-rich, could be changed by adding over $700 million to the state coffers by 2027 for property tax relief, would I now push the red button for our neighbors to have a fair and balanced tax system?
Chair recognizes Representative Janigian for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, If I know that this bill would increase the business profits tax, the business enterprise tax, the meals and rentals tax, and bring back the interest and dividends tax, and if I also know that increasing all these taxes will hurt New Hampshire businesses and New Hampshire consumers, and if I also know that this bill came out with a strong bipartisan vote of 16-3 for ITL, would I now press the green button? Thank you.
The motion before us is inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 503 FN. It's a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to state of the vote. 345 voting nay, 27 voting nay. The motion is passed. Committee on Ways and Means, to which was referred House Bill 591 FN, an act expanding hours for keno gambling on weekends. Having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation the bill ought to pass. Senator Mary Ford for the committee. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. I'll let him do this one.
Smith on the chair.
There you go. The majority of the Committee on Ways and Means, to which was referred House Bill 596 FN, an act relative to reporting requirements for entities that collect meals and rooms taxes. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Cyril Orris for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Susan Almy for the minority of the committee. The questions on the majority committee report of inexpedient to legislate. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report's adopted. The Committee on Children and Family Law, to which was referred House Bill 187 FN, an act relative to restraining orders sought by a parent on behalf of a minor child. Having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Cassandra Levesque for the committee. The questions on the majority committee report of ought to pass. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report's adopted.
Let's go to finance.
House Bill 187 is referred to the Committee on Finance.
All right. So we have a majority committee amendment, then we have the use floor amendment that Roy is going to speak to.
The majority of the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, in which was referred House Bill 143, an act relative to the issuance of no trespass orders on municipal or school district property. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendments and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Jennifer Rhodes for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative David Muse for the minority of the committee. The majority committee amendment is 0408H, printed on House Record 14 on pages 44 and 45. The question's on the amendment. Are you ready for the question? Nope. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading and open to further amendment. Representative Muse offers amendment 0774H, which can be found in your seat pockets. Representative Roy is recognized to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the amendment is a bipartisan from the committee. It just cleans up a couple questions on this. It makes it so that when a no trespass order is issued, they do not have to wait until the next meeting scheduled to address an appeal of that. And it also makes it so a supermajority is not needed to consider the no trespass, just a simple majority, and that works both ways. So it's just a simple cleanup, that's all.
The question is on the adoption of amendment 0774H. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and the amendment's adopted. Question now is on the main motion of ought to pass with amendment. A division's been requested. Members, take your seats. All right, the question's on the main motion of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 143. This is a division vote. If you are in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative McFarland? Representative Malone? Representative Malone? Thank you. Representative Howard? Okay.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 368 in the affirmative, 4 in the negative. The report is adopted. The majority of the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, to which was referred House Bill 245 FN, an act establishing the Speed Enforcement and Awareness Fund and providing grants to municipal law enforcement for speed enforcement and speed awareness traffic equipment. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Sabourin, Deitch, Chenier, hopefully I got that right, for the majority of the committee. The minority of the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Buzz Scher for the minority of the committee. Representative Scher is recognized to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be brief. I speak as much as a police commissioner in Portsmouth as I do as a representative. Those of you who have been police officers know that speeding is the largest number of complaints to any police department in the state, particularly speeding in residential areas. One of the most valuable things at starting to reduce that, if not ever getting rid of it, is those digital signs that say slow down or you're going 45 in a 30. And there's a variety of equipment that helps moderate the excess of speeding that's going on. The Department of Safety is not, in fact, allocating a lot of funds to do that, even though they could. And to pass this bill, it would not require a lot of bureaucracy. So I urge everyone to press the red button and vote no.
Representative Rose is recognized to speak in support of the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, you know what else will help alleviate speeding? Your right foot and looking at your speedometer. That works, I guarantee it. Now, one thing that I will tell you is I am not an expert in New Hampshire history, but fortunately for me, I know who to call. I have a colleague that is a selectman, and I'm fortunate enough to share a town with him, 2 towns that I represent. He's my own little personal Cliff Clavin. So I called him and I said, hey, I have a question. If a town needs to get some money, are they able to go to the state, or are there grants for highway equipment, slow down little blinking signs? And he said, nope, there's not. But let me tell you why there's not. Apparently about 30 years ago, don't quote me on that because I am not Cliff Clavin, we still had some justice of the peace magistrates in the state. And their job, whenever money came in from a ticket, was to decide how much that money was, and it stayed in that town. And they said, oh, look, this is a little bit of conflict of interest. It's called policing for profit. So, if we adopt this, we're going back to incentivize to give tickets to buy stuff. The police do sit alongside the roads, and they do give tickets, because I can assure you, I talk to them often. So, let's not go backwards. The system is working just fine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The questions on the majority committee report of inexpedient to legislate. Who requested a roll call? Representative Berry requests a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The question is on the majority committee report of inexpedient to legislate. Representative Harry Gathridge recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill will assist our law enforcement with what they need and give them the tools that will help on the highways and the byways in New Hampshire, I would press the red button so another motion can be made. Thank you.
Representative Roy is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I don't want our police departments to become fundraising arms of our cities and towns, and if I know that no police department asked for this bill, would I vote green to support the committee's ITL? Thank you.
The questions on the Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 245. This is a roll call vote. If you are in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 225 in the affirmative, 147 in the negative. The committee reports adopted. The majority of the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, to which was referred House Bill 640 FN, an act relative to the transparency of federal agency operations within New Hampshire. Having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Sabourne-Dietz Chaunier for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Ray Newman for the minority of the committee. Representative Newman is recognized to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill requires the Attorney General to formally request that federal government agencies with law enforcement, investigatory, or operational activities in New Hampshire voluntarily provide aggregated anonymized data quarterly. According to testimony, these requests would require federal agencies to report voluntarily 10 data points like the number of facilities and staff in the state, warrants served, and arrest and deportations accomplished. Producing this data will be very work-intensive and costly task for those agencies. It will also be costly to New Hampshire. The fiscal note says that the bill will require 3 new staff members at a cost of over $200,000 in the first year and in future years, and a new website will be required to report these results. Since the provision of the information is strictly voluntary, cooperation by these agencies is questionable. Due to the downsizing of federal agencies and the fact that some of the data may not be collected or reported by these agencies. If this bill were to become law and the federal agencies do not cooperate, the Attorney General will still have to build and maintain a searchable website, hire staff, and continue to make quarterly requests and reports. And just an indication of some of the problems with being asked by this bill. One of the things the website is required to indicate is the federal agencies not present or operational in New Hampshire. Now think about how many agencies there are that would be on the list that would have to be updated. The production of this information on all federal agencies totally absent from New Hampshire seems to be an almost unworkable task to maintain and update. Given these facts, the bill should be deemed inexpedient to legislate until it becomes less costly and more efficient. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Roy is recognized to speak in support of the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the committee heard the same testimony, and we came to the conclusion that the citizens in New Hampshire have a right to know what their federal government is doing in our state. And if they refuse to answer, then that website will say your federal government refused to answer, and the citizens can take that to the federal government. But our citizens have a right to know who's being arrested, whose homes are being searched, who's being disappeared, things of that nature. So if you, like the rest of the committee, would like to know what's going on, and you'd like our Attorney General to ask the federal government what they're doing, vote yes and support the committee. Thank you.
The questions on the majority committee report of ought to pass. A division vote's been requested. Members, take your seats. The questions on the majority committee report about to pass on House Bill 640. Representative Muse is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know this bill would require federal agencies to voluntarily provide data that they have no obligation to supply at a time when the federal workforce is being challenged to be more efficient with fewer people, and if I also know the fiscal note says that to comply with this bill, the Attorney General's office would be forced to staff 3 new positions at a cost of close to $750,000 over the next 3 years when we have our own budget and efficiency challenges. And finally, Mr. Speaker, if I know that there are ways to improve transparency that may not involve making a large investment to post hard-to-collect information on a website where most people can never find what they're looking for anyway, then would I press the red button to defeat this motion so another motion may be made? Thank you.
Representative Roy is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, if I know that when you ask someone to do a job and they don't really want to do it, they tell you it's going to cost a lot more than it really does because they don't want you to take the job. And if I know that this will not cost what they're saying it's going to cost, would I vote to support this so that we could find out what's really happening in our state? Thank you.
The questions on the majority committee report about to pass on House Bill 640, and this is a division vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Griffin. Representative Sofakidis.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 187 in the affirmative, 183 in the negative. The committee report's adopted.
And it's going to finance.
House Bill 640 is referred to the Committee on Finance.
Recognize the clerk for Senate message.
Chair recognizes the clerk for Senate messages.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled Bill with Amendment, in the passage of which amendment the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. House Bill 399, establishing a commission to study the New Hampshire Zoning Enabling Act and relative to the effective date of the CPACER program.
Representative Alexander moves that the House concur and is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Senate made two changes to this bill. First, they moved out the delegation authority and gave it back to the Speaker's office to appoint in consultation with the majority and minority leaders. And in addition, the effective date of the CPACE bill that we passed last week that was signed into law happened to be, I believe, January 1st, 2026. So this would update the effective date of that law to immediately upon passage. So that will happen hopefully later this week. So I ask the House to concur. Thank you.
The question's on the motion to concur. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the motion's adopted. The chair recognizes the clerk.
Mr. Speaker, I have a message from the chair of the Committee on Finance. Mr. Speaker and Mr. Clerk, I wish to waive off House Bill 153 from the Committee on Environment and Agriculture. It establishes a study committee and does not need review. Thank you.
The majority of the Committee on Education Funding, to which is referred House Bill 484, an act relative to reallocation or repurposing of career and technical education classroom space by local school districts. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Rick Ladd for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Tracy Breachy for the minority of the committee. The amendment is 0358H, printed in House Record 14 on page 51. The question's on the amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? The ayes have it, and the amendment's adopted. Now on to the main motion about to pass as amended. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? The ayes have it, and the committee report's adopted. The majority of the Committee on Education Funding, to which was referred House Bill 515, an act repealing the chartered public school eligibility for state school building aid. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Daniel Popovici Muller for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Hope Damon for the minority of the committee. Division vote's been requested. This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. Questions on the Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 515. Representative Cretion is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that charter schools are not required to follow the same statutes as traditional public schools, and if I know that in the previous biennium, only 3 of 17 public school building projects were funded. And if I know that the governor's proposed budget has no funds for building aid beyond what the state is already obligated to, would I now press the green button for ought to pass? As for division,
Maybe you want to press the red button if you believe all that.
I'm a new person. Would I now press the red button for ought to pass?
All right, then. We've all done it. Representative Ladd recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. If I know, just 8 months ago, HB 354 was signed into law authorizing building aid eligibility for charter public schools that comply with building standards, have state-approved asset disposition plans, and that meet all required renovation and construction requirements in law. And if I further believe this attempt to undo charter public school eligibility for building aid support is short-sighted and compromises the safety, security, and well-being of New Hampshire students who opt to attend a charter public school. And lastly, if you believe there is no rational reason to deny or discriminate against any public school student from learning in a safe and healthy learning environment, would you then join me in rejecting this ill-conceived legislation by pressing the green button? Thank you.
The questions on the Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 515, and this is a division vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 212 in the affirmative, 159 in the negative. The committee report's adopted. The majority of the Committee on Education Funding, to which was referred House Bill 583 FN Local, an act relative to state participation in the Medicaid Direct Certification Program for free and reduced price school meals. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Daniel Popovici-Miller for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative David Luno for the minority of the committee. For what reason does the member rise?
Mr. Speaker, I move to lay HB 583 on the table.
Representative Osborne moves to lay House Bill 583 on the table. Division's been requested. This will be a division vote. Members take your seats. Roll call. Oh, you want a roll call? Okay. And it is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, continue to take your seats. All righty. The motion is whether to lay House Bill 583 on the table, and this is a roll call vote. Representative Spilsbury is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that HB 583 is less about feeding kids at school than it is about hopes to boost state adequacy funding and extraordinary needs grants at levels that our developing budget can't support, if I also know that all students currently eligible for free and reduced meals can be registered today without this legislation. Finally, Mr. Speaker, if I know that the role of deciding whether to register a child for the free and reduced meals program belongs to the parents who may have their own reasons for not applying, would I now press the green button to support the table motion? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Wheeler is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that there is a bipartisan committee amendment that is waiting to be heard if we can overturn the ITL motion on this legislation, and if I know that the tabling motion on this legislation would result in kids not being fed, despite what the members said, then would I now vote against the motion to table so that at the very least we could debate the ITL motion and the amendment that is before us? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question is whether to lay House Bill 583 on the table, and this is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 196 in the affirmative, 174 opposed. It's laid on the table. The majority of the Committee on Education Funding, to which is referred House Bill 770 FN, an act relative to establishing a program to earn tuition credits for state of New Hampshire higher education institutions through community service. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Raymond Peoples for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Wayne Burton for the minority of the committee. Representative Burton is recognized to speak against the committee report.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. If passed, House Bill 770 FN will give high school and college students a leg up on covering their expenses at a USNH institution or community college through earning financial credit to reduce the amount of of loans they would have to otherwise incur through engaging in public service. With the total cost of 4 years at UNH particularly approaching $154,000, we must help families pay that bill without saddling the students with excessive debt. Under this program, students could earn up to $2,500 a year for 100 hours of work in a nonprofit. Also, participating in this program, they will gain professional experience working in public service organizations such as nursing homes, food banks, or homeless shelters. Studies show that students who engage in public service while in school improve their academic performance. Contrary to what the majority report asserts with regard to net costs, The fiscal note indicates otherwise, predicting that the program, quote, could attract more New Hampshire public high school grads to enroll in USNH institutions, which could grow enrollment and net revenue. The estimates of the cost of implementation may well be covered by the additional enrollment encouraged by the program and the immeasurable benefit of retaining native Granite Staters here. The students who developed suggested calling it a triple win. That is, avoiding debt, encouraging public service, and retaining our college graduates in their home state. Please press the red button so another vote can be made. Thank you.
Representative Peoples is recognized to speak in support of the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill would establish a program for eligible high school students to earn credits through community service. That's a very lofty goal, and I would applaud anybody who does community service. But the bigger problem is how to establish that program, the database, the overhead, the people that would need to maintain the records for all the eligible jobs, eligible community service that would be allowed to earn credits for. It also establishes a cost on the higher ed institutions that they would have to bear. I would ask you to support an ITL motion because of the ongoing costs in our tight budget year right now. This isn't the right time for this program. Thank you.
All right. The questions on the majority committee report of inexpedient to legislate. Division's been requested. Members, take your seats. Members, take your seats, please. I should not have representatives in the aisle. Representative Hill, we're in the voting mode. Okay. The question is on the majority committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 770, and this is a division vote. Representative Brickey is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that given my extensive background as a high school educator and district administrator, the importance of a high school student participating in public service, and if I know that this legislation will help retain the best and the brightest of New Hampshire's high school graduates, which is of great importance to the wealth of the state of New Hampshire, and if I know that this bill will help the public colleges and universities in New Hampshire by increasing enrollment, filling them with highly qualified candidates, would I now press the red button so a better motion can be made?
Okay. Representative Spilsbury is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I concede that encouraging more students to perform community service projects would be good, and various ways of doing so exist. But I would rather ask them to volunteer than to trade college tuition credits as an inducement. And if I have no way to know what the net revenue effect will be of the bill on the university and community college systems, and further, if I know that the Department of Education would require several new full-time staff to qualify a myriad of eligible organizations, sites, and activities, and further create a system to track and approve the activities of up to 12,500 high school seniors, not to mention underclassmen, would I recognize the overwhelming burden of this centralized approach and press the green button to support the majority motion of ITL? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question is on the Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 770. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 206 in the affirmative, 162 in the negative. The committee report's adopted. The majority of the Committee on Education Funding, to which was referred House Bill 771 FN, an act relative to funding for open enrollment schools. Having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Rick Ladd for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative David Luno for the minority of the committee. Representative Damon is recognized to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. An open enrollment school is any public school which accepts students from other public schools outside the district. HB 771 would change how funding for open enrollment schools is sent and received. It would require all public school districts to establish a line item in their operating budgets reflecting expenditures for open enrollment to send students to those public schools outside their district. HB 771 essentially mandates every school to become a sending school. The tuition would be set at 80% of the average per pupil cost for the sending student's home district. The taxpayers of the open enrollment receiving school and their taxpayers would fund the difference. There is no statement in the bill qualifying how many students a sending district would be obligated to pay tuition for. This bill requires local taxpayers to subsidize students attending schools in other districts. A considerable risk of mandating open enrollment schools is a general decrease in the adequacy of education for many students because of our chronic systemic funding disparities. If, as a state, we funded public education fairly, there would probably be little demand for open enrollment. For open enrollment to reduce operating costs for the sending district, there would need to be a mass exodus of students from that district. This is unlikely, so the overall cost of the sending district will increase as the cost of tuition students is added to the existing operating costs. Do you hear the ching-ching of increasing property taxes? I do. Receiving districts who are not fully enrolled and can accommodate tuition students, which are many, can only benefit financially from receiving more districts while the sending district suffers financially. Those receiving districts can choose whether to enroll additional students and which to enroll. So this bill gives them all the control and all the funds. Given the lack of equitable school funding across the state, the majority believes that House Bill 771 will only increase the strain on property taxpayers, widen the disparities between communities, and create further opportunity gaps now between neighboring school districts. Further, before any change to open enrollment statutes are considered, we should wait for the ruling on a case currently filed in the New Hampshire Supreme Court related to open enrollment schools. The majority respectfully requests your ITL vote, and Mr. Speaker, I request a roll call.
Representative Ladd is recognized to speak in support of the committee report.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Let's go back and review what we have as far as open enrollment schools in the state at presently. This law went in effect back in 2009, and I haven't seen a mass exodus from anybody regarding it. What we have here is we have a system where we can have open enrollment within the school district where one person goes from one high school to another school in that district, or we can have students in another district outside the residential district having their students tuition to the open enrollment district. How these open enrollment schools accept students is based upon the local board making that decision on the number of spots they have, vacancies they have open in their schools. And it's based upon aptitude, achievement of the student, and other needs. So it's just clearly an open enrollment. We have 5 extra chairs in this particular program. We have 5 open spots. What happens if there's more people applying for those spots from out of district? Well, it's like the charter schools where there's a lottery held. This is all in current law. Now, why do we have this bill coming forward here, the 771? It clarifies open enrollment. The open enrollment school is the receiving school, not the sending school. The sending school does not have to have a local legislative decision by their school board or the town to decide we're an open enrollment school, because the kids are going from the residential district to the open enrollment school in the other district, or even between schools within the district. I experienced that when I was up in Anchorage. We had kids going from West High to East High. I'm sure you have some of that going on in Manchester as well. So, we have a program we call the Manifest Education Hardship. That's a program which is tuition. If you have a student not meeting the interest of that student in that school district and they need help, the parent can come and request of that school district have the child placed due to this Manifest Education Hardship in another school. This, quite frankly, is not working well at all. We have very few of these that are actually accepted or even approved by the State Board of Education. This program right here is going to help us attain these efficiencies of scale we need in this state. We've oftentimes talked about restructuring our SAUs. We have 107 SAUs. Some of the SAUs are right beside each other in very small districts. Why couldn't they share some of the curriculum and instruction between the 2 districts, which some do? If I have school A over here and school B over here, and school A does not have a good science program, but B does, why not have the student being able to go into that open enrollment school over there in B to get that chemistry class, which I can't offer in A? It's logical. So what we're doing is we're going to be able to share special education services. We're going to be able to go have the student decide curriculum where that is best for them, the best fit. It's going to be a very cost-effective program, and it will eliminate duplication of services. Where is this occurring right now? Do we have any open enrollment schools in the state right now? Yes, we do. Prospect Mountain, for example, is one. Alstead and Barnstead have that. And they have a leader down there, an administrator, who has been quoted saying, "I welcome any New Hampshire family to evaluate our strengths and weaknesses and decide for themselves where their children can be best served." Isn't that wonderful? That comes from an administrator in a school district. He's open to open enrollment. So what we have right now, we've clarified the open enrollment school and the sending school. which is the receiving school. The open enrollment school is the sending school. How does the payment work? 80% of the funds from that sending school district go to the open enrollment school. The sending district still carries the responsibilities for special education. 20% is left behind. So in conclusion, I would ask you to support open enrollment. It's a pathway for us to get efficiency of scale in the state, which we drastically need.
Representative Granger has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? That is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. Questions on the Majority Committee report about to pass in House Bill 771, and this is a roll call vote. Representative Weinstein is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill would create a financial burden on the sending districts and who would be required to pay 80% of their average per pupil costs to receiving schools. And if I know that this bill creates a control and benefit imbalance where receiving districts have the power to choose whether to enroll additional students and would benefit financially from increased enrollment. And if I know this would drain resources from already underfunded districts and exacerbate existing educational inequalities. And lastly, if I know that we are waiting for a ruling from the New Hampshire Supreme Court related to open enrollment schools, then would I now press the red button to defeat this motion? Thank you.
Representative Ladd's recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. If I know this program is cost-effective and has the potential to eliminate duplication of programming in neighboring schools and school districts. And lastly, if I also know this program offers parents choice while keeping public dollars in public schools, would I then press the green button?
The questions on the Majority Committee report about to pass. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 205 in the affirmative, 169 in the negative. The committee report is adopted. House Bill 771 is referred to the Committee on Finance. The majority of the Committee on Education, Policy, and Administration, to which was referred House Bill 208 FN, an act relative to certification requirements for school nurses. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Glenn Cordelli for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Megan Murray for the minority of the committee. The committee amendment is 0338H, printed on House Record 14 on pages 46 to 47. Questions on the adoption of the amendment? Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and the amendment's adopted. Now, the main motion ought to pass with amendment. Representative Murray is recognized to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable colleagues, though we can all agree that nursing shortages within our schools is a problem worthy of solving, the majority of nursing shortages in school settings are not due to burdensome requirements within the Department of Education's certification requirements, but are more likely due to insufficient pay that matches the level of work and care that our nurses provide in school communities day after day. HB 208, as amended, quite simply removes all certification requirements within the DOE and solely relies on a single associate's degree within the OPLC, removing continuing education towards a bachelor's degree in nursing. There are many instances in which our nurses in our school communities serve in ways that are unique to school settings, where pediatric medical needs exist at higher rates, and students with complex medical needs come into the building daily. There are a litany of unique circumstances that require school nurses to be supported regarding the needs of a building, district, staff, and the unique body of students in attendance throughout the day. Eliminating the entirety of the additional nursing certification within the DOE increases legal liabilities to schools and districts. Nurses have countless other things that they are tasked with on a daily basis. Certifications around nursing and special education implementation in school settings are vital to ensuring that the care of a child is carefully collaborated with providers, specialists, parents, and teachers. Finally, if we are to remove all of the Department of Education certification as it relates to school nursing, there are critical components to nursing that could be impacted, such as school management case, DCYF management, health records management, infectious disease management, and a litany of other things. Please vote no on the motion of ought to pass as amended so another motion can be made. And Mr. Speaker, I humbly ask for a division vote.
Representative Cordelli is recognized to speak in support of the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There are two primary reasons for the passage of this amended bill, which eliminates the need for the Department of Education certification of school nurses. Reason one, what does the Department of Education know about nursing? And we have a board of nursing to license nurses. Let's eliminate one unnecessary license. And the cost, how about the cost to the applicant? It currently costs an applicant to get that certification $120 for a 3-year certification, and it's going up to $150. We have heard that districts need pediatric or specially trained nurses. The Department of Education is not going to do that training. You know how they award certifications? They look at the transcript, they look at the work experience, and ask for the money. That's how they award certifications. And we think that maybe local school districts are smart enough to actually hire a nurse who has the proper training and not a hospice nurse. Reason two, licensing from the Department of Education, certification, costs more to the retirement costs to a school district due to an obsolete provision. Here are the numbers. The retirement system charges a district 13.5% of wages for a non-licensed employee, but for a DOE certified employee, charges 19.6%. And who gets that 6% differential? The retirement system, not the employee when they retire. So based on the number of nurses in the system, this could mean a savings to school districts of over $1.6 million. So let's add this up. Reason number one, elimination of unnecessary licensing and less costs to applicants, a win. Reason number two, potential large savings to local districts, a win. So let's add up the legislation. It's a win-win solution. Thank you. Vote green.
Representative Murray requested a division vote. This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. Representative Osborne requests a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? Yep. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. questions on the Majority Committee report about to pass as amended on House Bill 208. Representative Cornell is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this bill as amended removes all of the school nursing requirements already within the Department of Education statutes, and if I know that a pediatric background really is a necessity for a school nurse, and if I know that school nursing is a specialty that requires skills and knowledge beyond basic nursing, for example, knowledge related to special education plans, would I now press the red button so another motion can be made?
Representative Freeman is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, if I know that currently as a nation we are facing a critical shortage of healthcare professionals, and if I further know that nurses are very heavily licensed, vetted, and credentials, and cherish their licensure and would not jeopardize such, and finally, if I know that our children are a precious commodity and school nurses or potential school nurses understand this and would not put our children in harm's way or jeopardize their hard-earned licensure, would I now press the green button to pass this piece of common sense legislation?
The questions on the Majority Committee report about to pass as amended on House Bill 208, and this is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 211 in the affirmative, 163 in the negative. The committee report's adopted. For what reason does a member rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that we table HB 589, and I can speak to my motion.
It's not before us.
It's not before us.
You have to wait till he reads the report, and it's
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
and it's not a debatable motion.
Virginia, who are these fine future legislators that you have in the gallery? Milford, New Hampshire. Welcome to the New Hampshire House. Any of you want to try this out? No? You better off. The majority of the Committee on Fish and Game and Marine Resources, to which was referred House Bill 589FN, an act defining and prohibiting wanton animal waste and prohibiting certain wildlife hunting contests. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Paul Tudor for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Lauren Fox for the minority of the committee. You're up.
Mr. Speaker, you always seem to be in that chair when I make a motion. I would like to move that we table HB 589.
The motion is in order. The motion is to lay House Bill 589 on the table. Division vote's been requested. Members, take your seats.
Representative, would you like a PI?
Yes.
I will do a PI.
The question is whether to lay House Bill 589 on the table. Representative Schultz is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that officials at Fish and Game, administrative and enforcement, encourage the tabling of this rather than killing it, then I would vote, I would push the green button. Thank you.
Representatives, we're in the voting mode, Mr. Chair. Representative Spillane is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this was a widely debated and listened to bill in the committee, and that even the minority agreed that the way that it was written was unworkable. But Mr. Speaker, if I know that the minority also wanted to introduce an amendment that was so radically different that tabling this would not make any difference because they could still bring that amendment as a new bill next year, so that tabling serves no function. And Mr. Speaker, if I know that Fish and Game has already said that the major portions that were the goal of this bill were going to be handled in rules, and those rules are going in front of the public this summer, then Mr. Speaker, would I vote no to table so that we can get on with the ITL? Thank you.
The question is whether to lay House Bill 589 on the table, and this is a division vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 167 in the affirmative, 205 in the negative. Motion fails. The question is now on the Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and the committee report's adopted. The Committee on Health, Human Services, and Elderly Affairs, to which was referred House Bill 54FN, an act allowing alternative treatment centers to operate for profit. Having considered the same report, the same with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Dave Nagel for the committee. Representative Granger requests a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? That is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The questions on the Majority Committee report about to pass and House Bill 554, and this is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Must have been nap time. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 357 in the affirmative, 14 in the negative. The committee reports adopt. What?
Restate the vote. It was 358 to 14.
Sorry, I guess it was 358 to 14. Either way, the committee reports adopted.
And it's going to finance.
House Bill 54 is referred to the Committee on Finance.
Okay, so.
Oh. The majority of the Committee on Health, Human Services, and Elderly Affairs, to which is referred House Bill 94FN, an act relative to coverage of circumcision under the state Medicaid plan. Having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Matt Drew from the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Jessica LaMontagne from the minority of the committee. The bill is on second reading and open to amendment. Representative Reed is recognized to speak to her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to say what I said a year ago, insofar as that it will be a surprise to absolutely no one who knows me or even knows of me, that I am a huge, vocal, passionate supporter of socialized medicine, of health care as a human right, of Medicare for all. But much of the opposition to the underlying bill here is the perception that this is an attack on Medicaid, an attack on medical coverage for the poorest of the poor, for desperately needed medical services. So this amendment makes the Medicaid question a non-issue because it moves dollar for dollar the savings that the department will receive in not covering non-therapeutic neonatal circumcision to a vision screening, a pediatric vision screening program that almost every other state has, and that has had broad support in this chamber for several years. So I want to talk about why that moving that coverage from one procedure to another, or to another program, is appropriate. Non-therapeutic neonatal circumcision is not considered medically necessary by any medical organization in the world, including this country, including this state. No medical organization in the world considers it medically necessary. And that, you understand that, right? Because 80% of the world is not circumcised by default. And we don't circumcise any male mammal. We don't circumcise horses, dogs, cats, sheep, goats, and none of them seem to have widespread problems. In fact, only 1 in 11,000 adult intact men have a need for a circumcision later in life. Some in this country, some medical organizations consider neonatal non-therapeutic circumcision a preventative measure, but while only 1 in 11,000 intact men need circumcision later in life, 1 in 20 people will need an appendectomy. 1 in 7 will need their tonsils out. We do not remove the appendixes of infants because they might need that surgery later. We do not remove the tonsils of infants. We don't remove any healthy tissue from an infant because they might have an infection later in life. On the other hand, 1 in 6 circumcised infants experience pain and excessive bleeding. 1 in 20 experience a serious infection, and many thousands experience, like the cause of this bill going in last year, lifelong debilitating conditions such as urinary problems, recurring infections, disfigurement, and sexual dysfunction. And in this country where 1.4 million male babies are circumcised, about 100 little boys, one-day-old infants, end up dying from complications because of a circumcision. So while those organizations may say there are some, we think, maybe benefits, and perhaps the benefits might outweigh the risks, I would encourage people to ask the parents of those 100 baby boys who died whether the benefits outweigh the risk, or ask the adult men who have permanent disfigurement and dysfunction whether the benefits outweigh the risk. It is the only non-reconstructive, non-therapeutic cosmetic procedure that we cover with taxpayer dollars. And I know that culturally it's hard to move past the things that we've always considered to be normal. The expectation that we know how to predict the world helps us feel in control of a world that is not controllable. But think of this: the exact analogous procedure in a female child, the removal of the clitoral hood, is not paid for by taxpayer dollars, is not covered under any kind of insurance. It's actually illegal. You will be sent to prison. Because on a logical level, when we get beyond what's comfortable and normal and culturally acceptable, on a logical level, we know that the genital cutting of a tiny baby infant 1 day old or a few hours old is wrong. We know that. So although I passionately support single-payer health care, I don't support this coverage any more than I would support any other cosmetic procedure on an 8-hour-old infant, or any more than I would support any procedure that could harm a baby. Surgery on a tiny piece of healthy flesh for no other reason than cultural expectation. However, I hope, while it may be controversial whether there's medical benefits to it or not, I hope it's not controversial that vision is a legitimate medical health care. And in fact, all those organizations that don't think that non-therapeutic neonatal circumcision is medically necessary, they think that vision care is legitimate health care. So this amendment moves those savings, dollar for dollar, into a pediatric vision screening program, which has been before this House multiple times, which most states have. The vast majority of states have a Medicaid paid for pediatric vision screening program, because children don't know that their vision's messed up, because it's the only vision they ever had. So they don't realize that not seeing the blackboard or the screen is not normal. And so they don't self-report that they have vision problems. As I said, most states have this. This same exact language in this amendment is the bill from the last term. It was retained in 23. It was interim studied in 24. DHHS was fine with it. They said that the money was fairly small. It turns out, miraculously, about the same amount that they will save from circumcision, which is about $100,000 or less. My side of the chamber was unanimously in support of this vision screening program the last 2 years. The other side was split, but there was broad support. So passing this amendment will remove the question of whether or not it's about Medicaid and attacking social services and attacking health care for the poor, and make it purely about what the underlying bill is about, circumcision. So please support the amendment.
Questions on the adoption of Floor Amendment 0786H. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. No. The motion fails. We're now on to the main motion of to pass. Representative Nagel is recognized to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to begin by thanking all the people that were involved in this discussion. Multiple stakeholders over hours and hours, both in session and beyond, and it was really interesting and made me think a lot, and that's an important thing. Therein lies the actual problem with this bill. This is an incredibly complex issue, and that's why I can't support the ought to pass motion. Basically what it does is it reduces a very complex biopsychosocial issue to a purely biomedical one. That's overly reductionist, non-patient centered thinking, which is a trend that we're trying to get away from in healthcare, both in medical education and in public policy. I'm going to share an illustrative personal story because this is a really important medical concept. No, I'm not going to talk to you about my a lot to me. 20 years, I raced all over the country and even all over the world. It was great. I thought I would do it forever. Then all of a sudden, I was training once and I felt my knee pop and I knew I tore a cartilage. You know, I knew what it was. I knew what it was, and I went to see my friend who's an orthopedic surgeon, and he immediately looked at me and said, "You need surgery." And I looked at him and I said, "You're treating me as a knee, not as a person." And I immediately thought of the millions of different biological, psychological, social, functional issues that played a role in me making a complex medical decision. I know I don't look like a physical wreck, but I also have a herniated disc. I also have carpal tunnel in both hands, and both my knees are bad. And I've chosen to not have surgery, and I guarantee you most of the people that I race with would have chosen to have surgery, and I bet a lot of you out there would have chosen the same. What all these things have in common with circumcision is that they are all elective, and they all require a whole person, patient-centered analysis. Different people make different choices. For those who choose surgery, interesting, Medicaid covers all those elective things. I already mentioned that, all right. So circumcision's been around for a long time. I did my research, and the first recorded one I could come up with was 4,000 years ago. Since that time frame, there's been billions of circumcisions performed on males. And I tried to find why. There is no unifying reason why. Every culture has a different reason, but in each of these cultures, it's really important to them. The magnitude of this suggests that we, as a people, find value in circumcision for a variety of reasons. In the United States, 70% of males now are circumcised. Their satisfaction rate is 90%. Contrast that with uncircumcised males who only have a satisfaction rate of 80% with their status. And interestingly, one study found that 83% of women prefer a male who's circumcised. It says nothing about who's attached to the genital, but that's what they said. One of the things that we do know is that if you're going to have this done, the risk-benefit ratio favors doing this in the newborn, and there's clear evidence for reductions in a variety of things that the previous speaker already alluded to. Complications happen, but they're rare. And the severe complications we were told about are extremely rare. The other is, the minute the baby leaves the newborn nursery. That may explain that when Florida enacted a similar ban, they actually found that their Medicaid costs rose. They did not go down, they went up. And the reason why is because when you do it later, it's dramatically more expensive. One other thing that I found that was interesting, because some people brought the cost issue into this, is that anybody want to guess what the reimbursement to an OB or whomever to do a Medicaid circumcision in this state is? It's $50. It's actually a little less than $50, which is not enough to cover costs, and it is most definitely not enough to cover opportunity cost, meaning the time that they could spend doing something else. With that said, I interviewed a couple OB practices. They all said the same thing. They said, we do it because it's patient choice and we feel obligated to respect the wishes of our patient. Concluding, circumcision for complicated reasons remains an important part of the American healthcare paradigm. Until there's a major paradigm shift, third-party payment payers such as Medicaid should respect the recommendations of the Academy of Family Physicians and cover this procedure. And I would recommend at this time, until that day happens, that we oppose the ought to pass motion. Thank you.
Representative Birch is recognized to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Okay, so let's talk about circumcision and Medicaid. This is a bill designed to remove circumcision from Medicaid coverage in New Hampshire. Circumcision, like many procedures covered by Medicaid, is considered by the medical profession as beneficial, as recommended, but not mandatory. The professional groups that deal with procedures like circumcision are the American Academy of Pediatrics, not surprising, and the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists. Both have issued a policy statement that states that for newborn male circumcision, the health benefits outweigh any risks, and such benefits include prevention of UTIs, penile cancer, and transmission of some sexually transmitted infections such as HPV and HIV. If you want to reduce HPV, a very serious disease in our society today that affects women and men, support circumcision. Complications, unlike what we may have heard earlier, complications are infrequent according to the medical profession, usually quite minor, and serious complications are very rare. In addition to concluding that newborn male circumcision is a medically beneficial procedure, the medical profession also says, and this is part of what both academies say, that third-party payments are warranted. That means Medicaid. So, question, does or should Medicaid cover beneficial, recommended, but non-mandatory procedures? Actually, it's a significant part of what Medicaid does. Now, we all know that Medicaid is state-administered and varies from state to state. So let's talk about what New Hampshire covers that are beneficial but not mandatory, like circumcision. Dental care, vision care, chiropractic services, hearing aids, physical therapy, podiatry services, mental health counseling, smoking cessation programs, weight loss programs, and bariatric surgery. I could go on to more. So, all of these are in the same category as circumcision. This bill separates out from all of those kind of programs only one program, circumcision. So enough of the medical stuff. It's a recommended procedure. It's a beneficial procedure. There's no medical argument in support of this bill. Let's also talk about the results if this bill passes. We know that circumcisions are performed across the entire spectrum of males in New Hampshire, but it's clearly associated with Jewish and Muslim practice. I am not arguing, and I'll say it again, I am not arguing that deference should be paid by the state to the religious or cultural practices of any religion or any group. I am not arguing that. However, I am saying that the passage of this bill that sets circumcision apart from all the other beneficial but not mandatory procedures does send a message. It hangs a sign that says Jews and Muslims are not quite as welcome in New Hampshire as others. Many will not see that sign, but you can be sure that Muslims and Jews will. The Democratic chair in Cheshire County is a Muslim. We don't usually talk about bills. We do some administrative talk, and he does his work, I do mine. On this bill, he reached out to me, probably the first bill in 5 years, and asked me to do what could be done to have it defeated. We don't need to pass this bill. It's a minuscule program. The reimbursement, as we heard, is about $50 per claim. We should not pass this bill. What we need to do is treat our neighbors as we would wish they to treat us, and to follow good medical advice. Thank you.
Representative Sodi is recognized to speak in support of the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to be brief because I know this is a broad and extensive topic, but I'm going to clear up some myths right here, right now. I want to clear up some myths right here, right now, of what circumcision is and is not. Circumcision is when 40 to 50% of erogenous tissue, also known as the foreskin, is cut off a baby boy's penis. This is medically not necessary. It cures exactly nothing. This erogenous tissue was put there for a reason. It is there to protect the head of the penis, and it is there to enhance sexual pleasure. I and 80% of the male population on the planet who are unaltered and intact can attest to this. Some of the myths also are that Christianity adopted circumcision, but it has not. It is a Jewish religious ceremony. It is part of the covenant.
Member will suspend for a minute. There should be one person speaking, and he's at the well. Continue.
Yeah. It is part of the Jewish covenant. Abraham was supposed to sacrifice his son, but in the last minute, God said, no, instead, we'll sacrifice some sexual pleasure to bring him closer to God by cutting the penis. Christianity never, or rather, Muslims also have this as part of their tradition, but they do not, their time intervals vary when they do it. Christians do not. St. Paul made it very clear in the first century that circumcision would not be part of Christianity. Probably a great marketing move, because I don't think come to Jesus, cut a piece of your penis off would have been a big seller. The next myth is that, oh, it's a good old American tradition. It is not. The men pictured on the wall behind me were not circumcised. Because
the House will be in order. We all have to get through it.
Yes, we do.
And that's not at the current speaker. The whole thing. Continue, please, and
whole thing.
Let's just.
Circumcision didn't become a thing in the U.S. until the late 1800s, and it peaked in 1970, and it's been on the decline ever since. It was in the late 1800s when the medicine was more snake oil than science. Circumcision was promoted as a wonder cure for everything, and we're still wondering what it's curing because all of it has been debunked. It was during this time that it was promoted by puritanical, prudish quacks who saw sex as the root of all evil. Circumcision was meant to be painful, and it is. And it was meant to diminish sexual pleasure by cutting off erogenous tissue. They also had some versions for women, which included some sort of acids as well, but luckily for women, that never caught on. Which brings us to this bill, and where I would ask the House today, why we, the state, are paying to diminish sexual pleasure of poor people. I'll finish there. I will answer questions. I'm totally comfortable in my skin.
Does the member yield for a question?
Absolutely.
Oh, dear Lord. Representative Wheeler, you may inquire.
You know, there's a lot of times in this body where I feel like I'm in high school, but none more than when the entire body laughs at every time the word penis is mentioned. But that's okay. Thank you, Representative, for taking my question. I was just looking into history. I love history I like to be as well informed as I can on these issues. And I found a doctor from San Diego who was cited in many medical journals, including Boston's and Maryland's and others. His name is Peter Raimundo. And would you believe, Representative, that in his medical journal, written in 1894, that was used for quite a long time, he cited circumcision and its benefits, one of them being, from our observations and experiences in such case, we feel fully warranted in suggesting the wholesale circumcision of the Negro race so as an efficient remedy in preventing the predisposition to discriminate raping. They wanted to use circumcision as a way to circumcise the entire Negro race to prevent them from raping white women. Would you believe that that was the justification used for circumcision?
Yes, I would. He was one of the quacks that was promoting circumcision back in the late 1800s.
Yeah, that was in the medical journal.
There were more than that, too.
Representative Granger has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded?
No more questions?
It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The questions on the Majority Committee report about to pass on House Bill 94. Representative Birch is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that according to the American Academy of Pediatrics and the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists, that circumcision is beneficial surgery and that its health benefits outweigh its risks, in that it helps prevent UTIs, penile cancer, and transmission of sexually transmitted infections such as HPV and HIV, and that complications are infrequent, generally very minor. And if I know that Medicaid in New Hampshire and elsewhere every day pays for many beneficial but not mandatory procedures, and that the payment from Medicaid for circumcision is approximately $50, and if I know that the medical profession supports third-party payments for circumcision because of its medical benefits, and finally, if I believe that the passage of this bill will make Jews and Muslims feel less welcome in the Granite State, would I press the red button to vote against the OTP so that another motion can be made? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative McFarland is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that we rightly condemn female genital mutilation as abhorrent, yet some of my honourable colleagues would force taxpayers to fund genital cutting when it happens to boys, and if I know that this bill does not ban circumcision, but simply says that the government should keep its hands off where they don't belong, and if I know that routine circumcision has no medical justification, and that countries which don't routinely circumcise have lower rates of these infrequent, as the member from Westmoreland puts it, infections and complications than we do. And if I know that we Americans can and should make female orgasms greater again. And finally, Mr. Speaker, if I know that taxation is theft, then would I now vote to cut unnecessary spending in the bud by pressing the green button?
The House will be in order. Cooperate. I'm standing between you and your lunches, and I'm comfortable. The question is on the Majority Committee report about to pass on House Bill 94, and this is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Gonzalez. Representative Malone.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 184 in the affirmative. The House will be in order. 184 in the affirmative, 183 in the negative. The committee report's adopted. And referred to the Committee on Finance. So you get to do all this again. The House will be in recess for lunch until 1:15. In order, the chair recognizes the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have a note from the chair of the House Finance Committee, who is waiving, pursuant to House Rule 47F, the referral of House Bill 771 and House Bill 94 to the Committee on Finance.
For what reason does a member rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To make a motion?
Sorry, what? A motion? Yeah, state your motion.
I move that the debate on House Bill 94 be added to the permanent journal.
The member moves that the debate on House Bill 94 be entered in the permanent journal. Without objection? So ordered. The majority of the Committee on Health, Human Services, and Elderly Affairs, to which was referred House Bill 223, an act relative to licensing requirements for healthcare facilities that operate within 15 miles of a critical access hospital. Having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Yuri Polozov for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Trinidad Tellez for the minority of the committee. Representative Tellez is recognized to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. New Hampshire is a rural state, and our critical access hospitals ensure the health and well-being of the state's rural and medically underserved areas, providing access to essential healthcare services such as emergency services, outpatient and inpatient care, and care coordination services to the state's most rural residents who otherwise would not have access to care. It is in all our interest to protect the financial viability and survival of our 13 critical access hospitals, which represents half of our state's 26 hospitals. This bill will undermine that social contract, removing an existing stopgap measure that currently assures that proposed new healthcare facilities will not have a detrimental impact on the viability of our critical access hospitals. Currently, already, any person or entity can propose to establish a new healthcare facility within 15 miles of a critical access hospital. The proposed new healthcare facility can include an ambulatory surgical center, emergency medical care center, birthing center, drop-in or walk-in center, dialysis center, special healthcare service, or a hospital. The current well-functioning process came out of a bipartisan study committee and became law in 2020, and simply provides a chance for a proper review of the impact of the proposed healthcare facility. The current process appropriately recognizes the fragility of our critical access hospitals and safeguards their importance in the communities where they provide vital care and services. The proposed bill would remove the 15-mile limit for almost all types of healthcare facilities and allow unchecked development of new healthcare businesses that will likely cherry-pick the more profitable patients that are needed as part of the critical access hospital's payer mix. This will directly undermine the hospital's fiscal sustainability and put more people in rural areas of New Hampshire at risk of losing their current access to the vital services offered by these hospitals. Essential services, such as maternity and emergency services. We already have healthcare deserts. Let's not risk adding to those significant and detrimental impacts by facilitating the demise of our critical access hospitals. For this reason, I strongly urge you to vote against the motion of OTP.
Representative McLean is recognized to speak in support of the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, HB 223 is a bill that attempts to begin the process of opening up the healthcare marketplace in the rural areas of the state to new approaches and providers to try to counter the ongoing trend of declining access in those communities. All around us, we can see ongoing evidence that services in the rural areas of this state are going away without being backfilled. Some quick examples. In October 2020, both Franklin Hospital and Lakes Region Hospital filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy and had to be absorbed into Concord Hospital in order to survive. In 2023, Frisbee Memorial Hospital closed its labor and delivery services, and that was the 11th maternity ward closure in New Hampshire in the past 20 years. In 2024, Exeter Hospital proposed cuts to neurology, pediatric dental, advanced life support, podiatry, and immunology, and they were only suspended because the Attorney General got involved. And on top of all this, New Hampshire as a whole has not added a new hospital in 40 years, in spite of the fact that over 450,000 new residents have come into the state over that period of time. Part of the problem is that we have fallen back into a position where we are now relying on the state's critical access hospitals as the almost exclusive provider of non-primary health care in the rural areas of this state. And that would be fine, except that these hospitals are at a breaking point, and the current law throws up heavy barriers to exploring any alternatives. One of the barriers that this bill seeks to tear down is the 15-mile radial exclusion zone around critical access hospitals. The bill gets rid of it. Right now, no healthcare facility can get approval to build a facility in an exclusion zone without first getting the approval of the impacted critical access hospital. But as you can imagine, that approval is hard to get, as hospitals are very eager to maintain their exclusivity in any given area. Former HHS Commissioner Nick Veas, who supports this bill and came in to testify on its behalf, he testified in committee that when he was on the old Certificate of Need Board, he would watch hospital presidents come in and flat out lie in order to protect their turf. So you might say a 15-mile radius is no big deal, right? Just build outside it, right? But the problem is when you overlay all the exclusion zones on a map, the only area outside of those zones is in the extreme southeastern portion of the state. That's why you could have a convenient MD in Manchester or Salem, but not in the state's rural areas. HB 223 solves the problem by eliminating the exclusion zones so that other facilities might explore alternatives that might collectively build towards a sustainable model. And, you know, we just heard some say that if this bill passes, it's going to wipe out critical access hospitals. But the reality is that the rural areas of the state just don't have the population to make a widespread business case for widespread clinical expansion. The real threat to our critical access hospitals is time. The existing model is not sustainable, and if we do nothing, rural access will be wiped out by nothing more than the passage of time. Mr. Speaker, it's better to take a small risk now than a huge risk in the midst of a full-on crisis in the future. This bill does make one exception to the repeal of the exclusion zones. So while the repeal allows for ambulatory surgical centers, dialysis centers, birthing centers, and others to be exempt from the exclusion zone provisions, it maintains the prohibition on building another hospital in the critical access exclusion zone. And the reason that it does that is the bill took great care to preserve the federal critical access status of our critical access hospitals so that even with this bill, they can maintain their favorable Medicare reimbursement rates. So I think this bill is a reasonable compromise, and I hope you will support it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
A division vote has been requested. This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. Who requested a roll call? Representative King requests a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. Members, take your seats. This will be a roll call vote. questions on the Majority Committee report about to pass on House Bill 223? Representative Weber is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that our critical access hospitals are just that, critical, and if I know that siphoning off revenue that is critical to the survival of critical access hospitals is not going to help them survive, would I now press the red button to vote against ought to pass so another motion can be made? Thank you.
Members are reminded, if you shut your voting station off, turn it back on if you're here. Representative McDonald is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill will confront the decline in medical access and the high cost of medical care in New Hampshire, and Mr. Speaker, if I know this will be achieved through the exempting of ambulatory surgical centers, emergency medical care centers, birthing centers, walk-in care centers, dialysis centers, and special health care services from the critical access hospital exclusionary zone restrictions, then, Mr. Speaker, if I know these things, would I then press the green button and support ought to pass? Thank you.
The questions on the Majority Committee report about to pass on House Bill 223, and this is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 213 in the affirmative, 158 in the negative. The committee report's adopted. The majority of the Committee on Health, Human Services, and Elderly Affairs, to which was referred House Bill 524 FN, an act repealing the New Hampshire Vaccine Association. Having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Lisa Mazur for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Jessica LaMontagne for the minority of the committee. For what reason does a member rise?
I'd like to make a motion, Mr. Speaker.
State your motion.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to make a motion to lay House Bill 524 FN on the table, and I request a division.
She wants what?
She wants a division, but Granger wants a roll call.
Okay. So you're just asking for a division vote?
Lay on the table. Yes.
Yeah, I know. Okay. All right. The motion is to lay House Bill 524 on the table. Representative Granger requests a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion is to lay House Bill 524 on the table. Representative Weber is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the New Hampshire Vaccine Association is a very popular program that reduces costs by 30%, increases efficiency, and increases for access for those who want vaccines without coercing anybody else to have them, and if I know that it is therefore a very parent-friendly program because it allows parents to choose exactly what kind of treatments they want for their children, would I now vote to table this bill so we can go on to a more productive debate?
Representative Kofals recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that taxpayers deserve answers as to why the New Hampshire Vaccine Association has repeatedly refused to reimburse the state for the nearly $1 million annual cost of our vaccine program, and if I know that the false claims about this bill, that this bill would negatively impact New Hampshire families, deserve a response on this House floor so that we can decide this bill on its merits. And finally, Mr. Speaker, if I know that the New Hampshire Vaccine Association suffers from a disturbing lack of transparency and accountability, and that tabling this bill would obscure the issue even further by preventing debate, would I then press the red button to defeat this motion so that we can continue with the floor debate? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question is whether to lay House Bill 524 on the table, and this is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative DeRoy.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 175 in the affirmative, 198 in the negative. The motion fails. Back to the main motion to pass. Representative LaMontagne is recognized to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise against the ought to pass motion on HB 524, which would repeal the New Hampshire Vaccine Association. The association is a nonprofit organization established decades ago to save money and ensure every child has access to vaccines. It is a great example of a public and private partnership that works well. It combines money from 90 commercial insurers with federal vaccines for children funds to seamlessly purchase and distribute vaccines across the state to more than 200 pediatric and family practices. It is not a tax, as some has suggested. It is more like a voluntary buying club that reduces the cost of vaccines for everyone by 30%. It decreases overhead for private practices so they don't have to carefully maintain their own inventories nor directly bill insurers for every shot. It ensures that every child who enters the doctor's office or clinic can get the recommended vaccines at no cost. There is no evidence that there is any fraud at the New Hampshire Vaccine Association. Not a single insurer nor medical provider spoke in favor of its repeal, and in fact, they staunchly defended the New Hampshire Vaccine Association. DHHS opposes this bill. It does not cost the state anything. In fact, if it's repealed, it will cost the state money because DHHS will then have to maintain an inventory of vaccines to maintain in case of an outbreak. The system works and does not need fixing. So what is the point of this bill? Dissolving the New Hampshire Vaccine Association will result in fewer children being vaccinated in the Granite State. This will result in outbreaks of preventable diseases, as we have seen happening in the U.S., where vaccination rates have declined. Vaccines have saved more lives than any other medical intervention in history. If you don't believe that, I have one word for you: polio. Do you think polio is not a problem anymore? There have been recent cases of paralytic polio in unvaccinated communities. This is a tragedy I know something about personally. My husband's father contracted polio in the 1955 epidemic in Massachusetts. He was a healthy 34-year-old World War II vet who came home from work on a Friday afternoon feeling like he had the flu, and he never walked again. He had one of the worst cases of the most severe form of polio to survive. The cruel irony is that all 4 of his children, including my husband, were vaccinated the year before, but they hadn't rolled out the Salk vaccine for adults yet. The children were fine, but Bruce Dodd did survive while many died, and he lived another 21 years, paralyzed from the neck down, most of the time in an iron lung, because the disease destroyed his voluntary nervous system, and he could not breathe without an iron lung. And I knew him as a child, as our families were close, and I still remember overcoming my fear as a little girl of the man in the machine with just his head sticking out. Despite his paralysis, he played a powerful role as a father and a member of his community, and his family was grateful that he survived. Still, my husband might have been happier to have a more normal childhood where he could hike with his father in the Whites and play ball and not be changing his bedpan. Let us not go backward with the progress we've made in vaccines. And please vote no on ought to pass.
Representative Kofals recognized to speak in support of the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me say first and foremost, this bill has nothing to do whatsoever with the merits of vaccines or the lack thereof. It's not about more vaccines or fewer vaccines. In fact, the NIH did a study and found that compulsory bulk purchase programs for vaccines do not impact vaccination rates. So the New Hampshire Vaccine Association is probably something that most of you don't know a lot about. I didn't know a lot about it until I started to research this bill. And the more I learned, the more questions I had. This is a nonprofit organization created by the legislature in 2002 under RSA 126Q. But the New Hampshire Vaccine Association is not like any other nonprofit organization. For one thing, it has the power to levy assessments. I would call those taxes because they are compulsory payments levied against the insurance carriers. They are not optional. They are not voluntary. In fact, the statute contains provisions saying that the state can revoke licenses of insurance carriers that fail to make payment. They can also levy fines and penalties for late payment or non-payment. So it's not voluntary. Secondly, I find it very interesting that the New Hampshire Vaccine Association members, directors, employees, and agents are shielded from all liability. They are immune from liability under this statute for all of their operations. The New Hampshire Vaccine Association asserts that because it is a separate nonprofit organization, it is not subject to our right to know law, 91A. And they have objected to even such simple measures as posting their Zoom meetings, their monthly meetings, online. They said it would be burdensome to do so. So Zoom has a feature that you can turn on very easily, live stream to YouTube, and it's posted and maintained online. So I think the assertion that that this is overly burdensome is hyperbole. So what we see is an organization created under a state law that is unlike any other nonprofit that I'm aware of, and that suffers from a disturbing lack of transparency and accountability. So what does the Vaccine Association do? Well, every year they work with the Department of Health and Human Services to estimate the number of doses of vaccines that are going to be required for insured children in the state. They collect money or assessments from the insurance carriers, and they provide those funds for bulk purchase of vaccines. Now, this only covers insured children. So insured children are covered for vaccines under the Affordable Care Act. Insurance carriers are required to pay 100% of those costs. There's no copay. So if this bill doesn't pass, families get those vaccines without any kind of copayment. If this does pass, families get those vaccines without any kind of copayment. Let's talk about uninsured children. This doesn't affect them. Vaccines for uninsured children in Medicaid are purchased through or acquired through a federally funded program called Vaccines for Children. So ostensibly, the program, by assessing money from the insurance carriers and engaging in this bulk purchase of vaccines, ostensibly it's saving money. But does it really, and at what cost? The bill's opponents have cited costs of $200 to $400 per dose, depending on the vaccine. That is an MSRP. It's a little bit like the MSRP you see on car ads. Nobody actually pays it. But by negotiating a 30% discount on that, presumably they're passing that on to the insurance carriers. It's interesting, however, that not a single insurance carrier showed up at the bill hearing to testify against this bill. Only 6 states have compulsory bulk vaccine purchase programs like New Hampshire's. Most of them date back many, many years, and most states have rejected such programs as being too costly and needlessly cumbersome. So although I am yet to be convinced it is possible that insurance carriers are saving a bit of money, if that is the case, then they are doing that at a cost to New Hampshire taxpayers. Every year, the Department of Health and Human Services incurs costs of close to $1 million for running the vaccine program. For fiscal year 25, that cost is estimated to be $941,303.61. Every year, they submit a request to the New Hampshire Vaccine Association to pay 60% of that cost, because 60% of the vaccines purchased are covered under the New Hampshire Vaccine Association program. The Vaccine Association in 2018 issued a letter stating that they had no intention of ever paying this. They don't believe that the statute authorizes it, so they're not covering it. That leaves taxpayers holding the bag. As I said before, those who argue that this affects vaccination rates in any way are wrong. The NIH studied compulsory programs like this and said that they were, quote, ineffective in increasing vaccination rates, and recommended that, quote, policymakers seeking to increase vaccination rates would do well to consider other policies, such as addressing provider practice issues and vaccine hesitancy. So finally, I'd like to circle back to the false claims that this bill would negatively impact families. There was an editorial that appeared recently in one of our newspapers in New Hampshire stating that the Vaccine Association, quote, removes access and financial barriers for parents who want their child to be immunized. That is not the case. They don't pay anything for the vaccine when they go to the doctor today, and if this bill is passed and becomes law, they won't pay anything for it tomorrow, or a year from now, or 5 years from now. The claim that any child would have any less vaccine coverage is patently false. House Bill 524 would not only would not result in any new costs for families, it would simply eliminate a bureaucracy that serves no legitimate purpose and that suffers from a disturbing lack of transparency and accountability. Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support this bill so that we can get transparency and accountability for New Hampshire taxpayers and get government out of this business. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Granger requests a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? Oh, sure. Everybody wants it. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. Questions on the Majority Committee report of ought to pass and House Bill 524. Representative LaMontagne is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I knew that there was no credible evidence of any kind of fraud presented about the the Vaccination Association, and if I knew that not a single insurance company came to support this bill, and that many medical providers came to oppose the bill, if I knew the public had overwhelming support or spoke overwhelmingly against this bill, and if I know that dissolving the Vaccine Association will make it harder for children to be vaccinated in the state, and if I know that this will result in lower vaccination rates and potentially outbreaks, would I press the red button so that a better motion may be brought forward?
Representative McDonald is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that while well-intentioned, the New Hampshire Vaccine Association is not a cost-effective program, and it would be more efficient for vaccine providers to purchase and control their own vaccine inventories to meet the needs of the patients they serve. And Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill will not increase the costs of parents through deductibles or copays because federal law requires that all vaccines for children be provided at no cost to the parent. Mr. Speaker, if I know these things, would I then press the green button and vote ought to pass?
The questions on the Majority Committee report of ought to pass and House Bill 524. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Teresa. Representative Doug Thomas. Sorry. Thank you.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote 189 in the affirmative, 181 in the negative. The committee report's adopted.
That's going to Ways and Means.
House Bill 524 is referred to the Committee on Ways and Means. For what reason does the member rise?
Move that the debate on HB 524 be placed in the permanent journal, please.
Without objection? So ordered. The majority of the Committee on Health, Human Services, and Elderly Affairs, to which was referred House Bill 634, an act relative to the New Hampshire Council on Autism Spectrum Disorders. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Jim Kofalt for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Lucy Weber for the minority of the committee. The amendment is 0344H, printed in House Record 14 on page 56. Representative Stringham is recognized to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to speak against this amendment. This amendment would repeal the New Hampshire Council on Autism Spectrum Disorders. This council operates at no cost to the taxpayers, and its members accumulate information about autism spectrum disorders and provide educational resources and advice to those affected by autism. House Bill 634, as written, is a bipartisan housekeeping bill that was written to reinvigorate this council. And it was brought to this legislature by those who have recently taken over the committee and tried to reinvigorate it now that the impacts of COVID have been settled down. It does a few simple things. It more tightly defines the purposes of the commission that makes it more realistic for a commission run by volunteers with no costs to achieve. It allows remote participation for those with disability to participate in the commission. It expands the membership by 2 members, and it alters the nominating process for members to avoid vacancies. For example, right now there are 7 openings on the council, and 5 are nominated by the governor. The council has met several times in the past year, but with so many openings, they did not achieve a quorum. One thing the council did do was come to us, the legislature, and ask us to make some changes to their charters and rules so that they could be effective for those with autism spectrum disorders. The amendment that we're talking about is predicated on the assumption that the work of this committee could be performed by the Development Service Quality Council. But many people with autism spectrum disorder do not meet the legal definition of disability, so those people would not be represented at all in that committee. The energetic and experienced people who are reinvigorating this council feel there's an unmet need that can only be done by this council. So with the housekeeping changes and the high-quality individuals who are now in place supporting those with autism spectrum disorders, the better solution for us is to vote red on the amendment so that this original bipartisan bill can be passed. And so I would ask for you to vote red on the amendment, and Mr. Speaker, I ask for a division vote. Thank you.
Representative Drew is recognized to speak in support of the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The case for this bill as amended is simple. The Council has not met since 2019 and has not submitted an annual report since 2017. There have been many opportunities to revive the Council, but it has not happened. We learned from constituents that this Council's mission is largely duplicative of the work already being done by the New Hampshire Developmental Services Quality Council. Thus, I urge you to vote for the amendment and repeal this defunct council. Thank you.
A division vote has been requested. This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. Questions on the adoption of Amendment 0344H. This is a division vote. Representative Weber is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that the council, as reconstituted, would provide a much-needed specialty lens for those people with autism spectrum disorder, and if I know that those people will not be adequately represented on the Developmental Services Quality Council because many of them do not meet the definition of disabled, would I now press red to defeat the amendment so we could pass the original bill?
Representative McDonald is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the repeal of this body makes sense because, as was pointed out, it has not met since 2019 and it has not issued an annual report since 2017, and Mr. Speaker, if I know that the mission of the New Hampshire Council on Autism Spectrum Disorders is already being performed by the New Hampshire Developmental Services Quality Council, and Mr. Speaker, if I know that numerous parents of autistic children contacted me and other members of the Health, Human Services, and Elderly Affairs Committee and urged the repeal of this body, Mr. Speaker, if I know these things, would I then press the green button and vote ought to pass?
The questions on the adoption of Amendment 0344H. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 201 in the affirmative, 171 in the negative. The amendment's adopted. Now on to the main motion of ought to pass as amended. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted.
Just so everybody knows, I just finished reading through every single blurb for next week, so we'll have our full calendar for next week, too. Committee on Health and Human Services and Elderly Affairs, to which was referred House Bill 704 FNA, an act relative to caregiver respite and senior volunteer programs, making an appropriation therefore. Having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation the bill ought to pass. Senator Susan DeLumis for the committee. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted, and it is going to finance. Majority of the Committee on Health and Human Services and Elderly Affairs, to which was referred House Bill 724 FN, an act relative to lead paint poisoning prevention and remediation. Consider the same, report the same with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative of Matt Drew from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with a recommendation the bill ought to pass. Representative Jessica LaMontagne from the minority of the committee. For what reason does the member rise?
Mr. Speaker, is a motion to divide the question in order at this time?
Yes. Yes.
So, Mr. Speaker, I would move to divide out Section 2 from the rest of the bill, and I would move to vote on Section 2. Oh, okay. Sorry. I'm told I need to ask you first if that section is divisible.
Yes,
is Section 2 divisible?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. And now that we know that Section 2 is divisible, may we vote on Section 2 first and then vote on the other three sections together? Oh. And can we ensure that the effective date is effective for both parts?
All right, the motion before the House is the question on whether we divide Section 2 out of the bill. It is divisible. Does everybody understand the question? Are you ready for the question? Okay. The question is on the division of Section 2 out of House Bill 724. And this is a division vote, so members take your seats. All right, the motion before us is on the motion to divide the question. The chair recognizes Representative Harkin Phillips for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that the original intent of the bill was to provide 4 no-cost solutions to prevent lead poisoning in our children, and if I also know that during the drafting process, the second section related to lowering the blood lead level thresholds from 5 micrograms to the 3.5 micrograms, in fact, carried a very hefty burden during a difficult budget cycle, And if I would prefer to have a vote on the merits of the remaining 3 sections at no cost to our state, then would I now press the green button to divide the question for Section 2? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Wayne McDonald for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, whether you support this bill or not, it's an important issue. This bill deserves to be considered in its entirety as written, and I would urge you to vote down the motion to divide. Press the red button.
Okay, the motion before us is whether we are going to divide the question. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to state of the vote. 163 voting yea, 203 voting nay. The motion fails. We're back to the original motion of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 724. For what reason does the member rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move to indefinitely postpone House Bill 724.
Okay, the motion before us is to definitely postpone House Bill 724. That is a proper motion. A roll call has been called. That is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. All right, the motion before us is indefinitely postponed on House Bill 724. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Hopkins Phillips for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that New Hampshire has a lead poisoning problem for our children, and despite good faith efforts to improve the law in 2018, New Hampshire is experiencing an uptick in the amount of children who are being lead poisoned a year. If I also know that the underlying bill presents 4 cost-saving measures to the state, which have no fiscal impact, to prevent lead poisoning in our children before it happens. And if I also know that the heart of the issue, Mr. Speaker, is between who will bear the burden of resolving lead poisoning in New Hampshire's children, between the property owners or taxpayers. And finally, Mr. Speaker, if I know that this chamber was sent by our electorate to govern, to solve problems, and New Hampshire's problem of lead poisoning is on a runaway course, then would I now press the red button to indefinitely postpone HB 72 so that we can have a debate on the underlying issue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Wayne McDonald for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill creates a significant expense for landlords without resolving the issue of lead paint poisoning and remediation, and Mr. Speaker, if I know this because lead paint abatement is not only expensive, but does not fully remove the hazard, and the hazard can be repeatedly re-exposed. Mr. Speaker, if I know these things, would I then press the green button and vote to indefinitely postpone this legislation? Thank you.
The motion before us is indefinitely postponed on House Bill 724. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Juris.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to state of the vote. 202 voting yea, 167 voting nays. House Bill 724 is indefinitely postponed. Representative Jim McKay declared a conflict and recused himself from the vote.
This one, he is speaking regardless.
Majority of the Committee on Health and Human Services and Elderly Affairs, to which was referred House Bill 751 FN, Act relative to certification of alcohol and other substance misuse treatment facilities. Considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and a recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Mark McLean from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Jim Colfault for the minority of the committee. The amendment is 0220H, printed in House Record 14, page 58. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass with amendment. The chair recognizes Representative McLean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in the world of substance abuse recovery, everybody has heard of 12-step programs, the most famous being Alcoholics or Narcotics Anonymous. However, one step that everybody navigating the road to recovery needs to be aware of is the 13th step. In this step, the person who is new to the recovery program is targeted for a sexual relationship by a counselor or a person further along in their recovery journey. I can think a few things as foul as preying on people in the very vulnerable state of overcoming addiction. Sadly, in New Hampshire, the 13th step is incredibly widespread, and it's very hard to get a handle on because the substance abuse treatment landscape in New Hampshire is almost completely unregulated. HB 751 addresses this issue by establishing a licensure program for outpatient substance abuse treatment facilities and creating an ombudsman position to investigate and resolve complaints. The bill originally came to us last year and it was full of holes. There was no way the committee could have passed it, but the amendment we just passed really tightened up the bill. It took out residential facilities, explicitly exempted non-clinical programs like AA, and streamlined the process by rolling the certification into the existing healthcare facilities licensing statute instead of creating a separate licensing infrastructure. So this is a very clean bill. We heard testimony in committee from a woman whose son went to treatment for alcoholism 6 times before he died. After his death, they came to learn that everything he was told to do while in treatment was wrong and completely non-evidence-based. he didn't need to die. We heard testimony from a woman working in corrections who mandated other women into substance abuse treatment. When the woman she sent into treatment came back and told her that she'd been sexually abused, she investigated and discovered that 5 other women that she had sent to the same facility had met a similar fate. The realization that she had forced these women into the hands of their abusers horrified her, and she has worked ever since to put guardrails and protections around treatment. The final words she said to the committee were these: "I've worked 11 years to create some kind of protection for those going through substance abuse treatment, and this bill is the closest we have ever come." Mr. Speaker, we owe it to her and all those navigating the very difficult journey to recovery to finally get this done. There are those who oppose the bill as potentially creating unnecessary regulations, but I just want to assure them that I am a huge limited government guy. Huge. But this is a clean bill, and limited government does not mean no government. Without some rules in the playbook, those walking their way out of addiction will continue to walk under the tyranny of the predator, the abuser, and the specter of unnecessary relapse. For those that walk this hard path, this bill represents the release from tyranny and the freedom to walk through their recovery journey without fear. The mayor of Manchester, himself a recovered addict, talked to me about this bill. He said, "You know, Mark, when you release someone from Valley Street Jail and they are clean, we have a rare opportunity to keep them that way. And that opportunity is lost if they're placed into counseling with someone who has not themselves completed their own recovery journey. We need this bill." Colleagues, I ask you to support the committee recommendation of ought to pass as amended. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Granger has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is ought to pass. The majority committee report of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 751. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Burton. Thumbs up or down, please, sir. Thank you. Representative Bouchard. Representative Scully.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to stay to the vote. 216 voting yea, 152 voting nay. The committee report is adopted. And it is going to finance. Committee on Health and Human Services and Elderly Affairs, to which was referred House Bill 756 FN, relative to establishing a blood level testing requirement for children entering daycare and public schools. This comes without recommendation. Representative Wayne McDonald moves inexpedient to legislate, and the chair recognizes Representative Talese.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We all want to see all of New Hampshire's children be healthy and thrive. However, childhood lead poisoning is on the rise in New Hampshire, with nearly 5,000 New Hampshire children over the past 5 years having experienced elevated blood lead levels high enough to impair their ability to think, concentrate, and learn. Lead is a naturally occurring toxic metal, and there is no known safe blood level concentration. Exposure to very high levels can severely damage the brain and central nervous system, causing coma, convulsions, and even death. Children who do survive may be left with permanent intellectual disability and behavioral disorders, resulting in long-term significant costs for those individuals, as well as their families, communities, and New Hampshire taxpayers. New Hampshire has aging housing stock, which puts our families at risk of lead poisoning, as lead dust, too tiny to see on hands, toys, or surfaces, can have serious and permanent effects on a child's growth and development. The only way to detect lead poisoning is through a simple blood test. That is why all New Hampshire children should be tested at age 1 and again at age 2 during their well child check medical visits. Regrettably, currently, significant numbers of children are not tested at all. Given the potentially devastating impacts of lead on children's developing brains and the very concerning low numbers of 1- and 2-year-old children currently tested for blood lead levels, this bill provides an important stopgap opportunity for increasing the blood testing of infants and children. There are already health records that have to be submitted when a child goes to daycare or starts public school. This bill presents an important opportunity to lower the number of children who fall through the gap. Adding a simple checkbox to the existing process provides one more opportunity for children to be tested, to protect New Hampshire children's health and well-being. For this reason, I strongly urge no on the motion of ITL to protect our children.
Chair recognizes Representative Kofalt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill adds a step to the process of enrolling a child in school or daycare. It doesn't actually add additional lead testing requirements. We already require children to be tested at age 1 and then again at age 2. The reporting requirement really needs to be administered by the school or child care agency. So it is essentially putting the burdens of doing that on those organizations. You could argue that's not a huge burden, but there is also a notification requirement. So they then have to send out a notification to parents that this is required if the parent has not provided proof that the child has been tested. And once they provide that notification, there doesn't appear to be any further enforcement mechanism. So really we see this as an unnecessary and burdensome bill. We already require lead testing, and it places unnecessary burdens on schools and child care centers. So I urge my colleagues to support the ITL motion.
Representative Weber has asked for roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 756. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Weber for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I thought that not adding another mandate might be a good thing, but if I know that lead levels are rising in our children and testing is not keeping up, and if I know that this just offers another opportunity to get people tested and treated for a horrible disease if necessary, preventing further harm, would I now press red on the ITL so another motion can be brought?
Chair recognizes Representative Wayne McDonald for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that New Hampshire already requires children to be tested for lead at both ages 1 and age 2, and Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill, more than anything else, simply imposes additional administrative burdens on child care centers and schools, Mr. Speaker, if I know these things, would I then press the green button and vote this bill inexpedient to legislate? Thank you.
The motion before us is inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 756. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Harry Gathright.
All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will tend to stay to the vote. 202 yeas, 169 nays. Committee report is adopted. Representative Berry declared a conflict and did not participate. Majority of the Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred House Bill 114FN, an act removing fees and charges for governmental records under the right to know law and reinstating potential liability for disclosure of information exempt from disclosure. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it's inexpedient to legislate. Representative Eric Tura for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with a recommendation the bill ought to pass. Representative Louise Andrus for the minority of the committee. The question is on the motion of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 114FN. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Labor, Industrial, and Rehabilitative Services, to which was referred House Bill 378FN, act relative to employees' unused earned time. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Andrew Prout for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following amendment. The recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Michael Cahill for the minority of the committee. The chair recognizes Representative Cahill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is not a new issue to this body. I don't know if this is the 6th or 7th. I'm not sure if this is the 6th or the 7th time that we've talked about this issue. But for the benefit of the new members, I'm going to go through some of the stories why I keep on bringing this back. One of them involved an assisted living center in my town of Newmarket, which the owner of the business sold the business, which is his right to do.
The member has a right to be heard, and it's getting awful, awful noisy in here.
Thank you, Mr.
Member
Speaker.
may continue.
The owner of this assisted living center sold the business, and several of the current employees transferred to the new owner. They knew the jobs well, they knew the patients, and this was a good thing for both. 5 of these people found that when they got their next paycheck from the new employer, the accrued vacation was gone, and there had been no payment from the previous employer for said hours, so they filed a claim with the Department of Labor, the New Hampshire Department of Labor. And you and I might agree that something was wrong there, and that when you do earn something, your vacation time, you earn it. It belongs to you. And while some companies may have a policy about use it or lose it, you have an amount of time with which you must use it, and after that you lose some. It doesn't all get carried over. There's a lot of variety in this. But in general, and I don't know, maybe you've experienced yourself in your own life, where if your company changes hands, it's acquired, there's an acquisition, normally what happens is you stay on, everything's grandfathered over, you don't lose anything that you, once again, you've earned it. In this case, that's not what happened, and because the employer's policy was, upon termination, vacation is not paid. No this way, that way, no circumstances, just upon termination, even though it was the employer's decision to do it, and I had no quarrel with him selling the business, it's his right to do so, I just think he should have taken better care of his employees in one way or the other. The other story I'm going to tell you, because each of these people, there were 5 of them, 5 claims, they lost $400 or $500 apiece, and this is 2014 when that was real money. Another story is someone I knew who worked as a shipper for a computer company, sort of a salvage computer company. A lot of those popped up when everybody was buying computers. And she was a shipper, and she would dutifully ship the product and get it done. And then the policy in this, she had if you had vacation time and you wanted to take the vacation, you needed to ask the manager 2 weeks ahead of time, which is reasonable to say because they have to allow for the business to move forward, someone to take over that job while you're away on vacation. So she had 3 weeks of vacation, but when she went into work one day, not knowing that this was going to happen, she was laid off. So because she was unable to give 2 weeks, request a vacation 2 weeks in advance, she lost all that wage equivalent, which is $2,300 and change. Now, I think most of us could agree that that was not right. That she had no control over the decision. She hadn't done anything wrong. I think she worked there for 7 years or so, and so why should she lose what she had earned? But that's what happened. I'm going to tell you another story. I'm not going to go on much longer with the stories, but they're all kind of interesting. Because nowadays we have so many people working remotely. Maybe you know people that are doing that. And there's a woman who had a job. She was working from home, but working for an employer. And she was there about 3.5 years. And their policy had been, up until November of 23, the policy had been, when you leave, you give notice, and you work your notice, we will pay you your time. That was the policy. But in November of 23, it changed to, we will pay you your time if the state in which you live requires us to do it. So there are people who will do what they can, and there's people who do what they have to do. So in this case, she filed a wage claim, and because she lived in New Hampshire, which does not have that protection, I guess I'd call this a New Hampshire disadvantage. She did not have that protection, and she lost some $1,200, and that's in this year's money. So what this bill does is it says if you are laid off if your company is sold or goes out of business, you will get paid what you have accrued. Because there's a lot of variety in the way companies do this. Some have the accrual system, which was more common when I was working, and some too, well, it's all one bank, it's all PTO. And this seems to cause a problem for some because I said, you don't have to pay the sick time because we don't want you to get sick, but if you do get sick, we're going to pay you for that day because we didn't want you to come in and give it to everybody else. We hope you feel better. But a vacation, you've earned it, and we expect you to take the vacation. We don't expect to keep that money under any circumstances. We expect you to be rested and take the vacation. So some people find that because they say it's PTO, all one bank, if you said that in the beginning, you should leave it that way. You don't have to take it all apart and try to reverse the problem. It's not complicated at all. Whatever you said it was, if it's all one bank, you don't have to worry about the sick days. Just pay them, because that's what you said you were going to do. But you should pay them if they leave and it's beyond their control. It's because you had a layoff. Maybe something's changed in the company. You don't need that person. You're going to need a different person. You lay that person off, and what's he going to do? He's going to go collect unemployment. And when he collects unemployment, they're going to say, did you get any severance pay? Do you have any vacation pay? And if he does have vacation pay, that gets reduced. So he's not getting paid until he's used that severance or vacation pay. We're protecting the trust fund. So there's a number of good reasons, other than the moral one, that it's the right thing to do. And many of you, if you haven't been an employer, I'm sure you would take care of your people and not just say, well, I'll just put this money in my pocket. So I want to draw your attention to the committee report by my good friend from Hudson, in which he says that it will require employers to change what they're doing, and it really doesn't. It just says if you have PTO, it's really all just PTO. This bill is under very, very limited, narrow circumstances. Not somebody who just walks in and quits and leaves the employer short like that. This is really a very narrow and practical bill. And since we want to treat our employees as well as we treat employers, I urge you to defeat the ITL and give us another opportunity to pass this bill. I'm reminded that my good friend from Hudson himself works in a company in Massachusetts and has benefited from the law that they have there. And I wish he would extend that benefit to the people of New Hampshire. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Prout. We'll find out.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this bill would add several new requirements onto businesses regarding employee vacation time, specifically written policies with specific items, and require new internal processes that must meet specific requirements. It strictly defines different types of time off, vacation versus sick time, in ways that do not necessarily comport with how businesses operate today. In short, it reduces the flexibility of employers to manage the relationship with their employees, forcing this one-size-fits-all model with non-compliance traps that businesses get in trouble and will add extra expenses and burdens to small businesses. The requirements of this bill can mostly be avoided by a business adopting an unfavorable vacation time expiration policy that focuses on protecting the business, a recommendation I'm sure many business owners will receive. I've experienced this personally when Massachusetts adopted similar changes to their sick time laws. My employer drastically changed their policies to comply, and none of the changes were better for the employees. Additionally, this bill applies retroactively. It would apply not just to vacation time earned in the future, but also existing vacation time or earned time already granted to existing employees, however that may have been defined in the past. Businesses that aren't paying careful attention to the changes in the law may get caught unaware and see significant new liabilities suddenly show up on their balance sheet. Finally, existing laws allow the Department of Labor to investigate claims that businesses have not followed their own vacation policies and take enforcement actions. In the majority of cases, this bill isn't needed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I urge everyone to press the green button on the ITL motion.
Representative Cahill has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is the Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 378. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Brian Sullivan for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that HB 378 only requires the payment of earned unused time when it's due to a layoff, a business closure, or the sale of a business, and further, if I know that these circumstances are beyond the control of the employee, who as a result has no opportunity to request the use of that earned time, would I now press the red button to overturn the ITL motion so another motion might be made? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Prout for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this bill would add new burdens on businesses, and if I know that the one-size-fits-all model for vacation time, earned time, and sick time envisioned by this bill does not comport with the actual practices of many businesses, forcing them to change their policies in reaction to this law, and if I also know this law would encourage businesses to adopt policies unfavorable to the employees to protect themselves, and if I know that existing law allows the Department of Labor to investigate alleged violation of vacation time policies and take enforcement action, making this law unnecessary in most cases, would I now press the green button to ITL this bill?
The motion before us is the Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 378. This is a roll call vote. All members need to be in their seats. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Hill.
All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will tend to stay their vote. 193 voting nay, 169 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. Majority Committee on Labor, Industrial, and Rehabilitative Services, to which was referred House Bill 542 FN, Act relative to weekly benefit amounts for unemployment compensation. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Mr. Michael Granger from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following amendment and the recommendation the bill ought to pass with amendment. For what reason does a member rise?
I'd like to make a motion, Mr. Speaker.
State your motion.
I'd like to table HB 542.
That is a correct motion. The motion before us is to table House Bill 542. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the House Bill 542 is laid on the table. Majority Committee on Labor, Industrial, and Rehabilitative Services, to which was referred House Bill 744 FN, relative to workers' compensation indemnity benefits packet percentage. Considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Mark Warden from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following amendment, a recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Mark McKenzie from the minority of the committee. For what reason does a member rise?
To make a motion, Mr. Speaker,
State your motion.
I'd like to table HB 744.
It is a proper motion. The motion before us is to table House Bill 744. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and House Bill 744 is laid on the table.
Bill's on second reading, open to amendment. Pearson offers his floor amendment. No debate against the amendment. We then move to OTPA.
Majority of Committee on Municipal and County Government, to which was referred House Bill 425, an act allowing tax-exempt entities to keep their tax-exempt status while renting facilities or property to entities that share their mission. Considered the same, report the same with a recommendation the bill ought to pass. Senator Linda France for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. The bill is on second reading, open to further amendment. Representative Mark Pearson offers floor amendment 0633H. It's in your seat pockets. Chair recognizes Representative Mark Pearson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The minority report on the committee on this bill pointed to some language in the original bill, my original bill, that would place an unreasonable burden on assessors who may lack the necessary time or expertise. I agree. And so the amendment before you takes out that whole paragraph. It is a bit convoluted, it is a bit technical, and I had a good talk with myself. I should write better language than that. So with the passage of the amendment, we're down to one very simple thing. Until maybe 70 years ago, most churches had parsonages or rectories or vicarages right next to the church. That's where the clergy member lived, and everybody knew you don't tax that property, it's part of the church. Well, along the way, people started having some second thoughts about the wisdom of this. For example, the clergy member lives in this property until retirement, but there's no equity built up. And secondly, what if the clergy family want to paint the bedroom green, but the church committee who owns the building wants to paint it purple? What was birthed at that point was called a housing allowance. You take the equivalent of living there, utilities, and so on, and make a payment to the clergy member, who can then go work to buy a property of his or her own. It'll be their home. They can design it the way they want. And what the housing allowance will do is help the mortgage payments, it will help the utilities, and it will pay property tax. Well, what do you do with the old parsonage? A lot of churches rented it out. And they took the money from that rental and used it for the clergy housing allowance. The parsonage, even though it's rented out, is real estate tax-free, as it's always been. Well, that was the arrangement. That's what I've known in places where I've lived. That's where lots of my colleagues know in different states across the political color spectrum. But why this bill? 2 or 3 years ago, there was a court case in New Hampshire. It's arguable that a certain church owned a lot of property, and they got a lot of money for it. And they claimed they didn't have to pay real estate tax on any of that. Well, that's not fair. The second wealthiest religious organization in the world is Trinity Episcopal Church, Wall Street. They own the buildings on Wall Street, and they pay massive real estate taxes because that isn't their mission. That's just income. So with overreach, a town complained. The church fought back. The court said, no, the town is right, and I would agree. So since then, different towns across the state have hired organizations to say, help us take a look at the whole real estate tax exempt structure. and different decisions were made. I got a real estate tax bill I had to pay. It was refunded, but along the way there was confusion. So numbers of churches and numbers of towns have said to me, why don't we put in law what had previously been an agreement that everybody understood? The amendment strips out all the confusing language I wrote and simply keeps this parsonage rental policy that does what had been done for so many years. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is the Pearson Floor Amendment 0633H. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Division has been called. Members, take your seats. Only the members in the room. If you weren't in the room, can't come in. The motion before us is a clarification vote on the motion, the floor amendment. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Howard. Representative Rhodes and Ullery. Representative Gonzalez. Representative Aaron. All set.
All members present have an opportunity to vote. House will attend to state of the vote. 119 voting yea, 225 voting nay. The amendment fails. The motion before us now is a majority committee report of ought to pass. For what reason did member rise?
Mr. Speaker, I move to table HB 425.
Okay, the motion is to table House Bill 425. That is a proper motion. Are you ready for the question? A division has been requested. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is to table House Bill 425. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Ball? Representative Hall?
All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend the state of the vote. 351 voting yea, 15 voting nay. House Bill 425 is laid on the table. Majority of the Committee on Municipal and County Government, to which was referred House Bill 617, an act relative to the homestead right. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment. A recommendation the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Denise Murphy for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution that is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Laurel Stavas for the minority of the committee. The amendment is 0437H, printed in House Record 14, page 56. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass with amendment. The chair recognizes Representative Stavis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to the committee recommendation of ought to pass as amended on HB 617, a bill that seeks to raise the allowed amount of New Hampshire's homestead exemption. First, I want to say that I believe this exemption badly needs to be raised. Given the rate of increase in home values in New Hampshire, it's time we provided more relief for homeowners in dire financial straits who seek relief from creditors. And had the bill proposed to raise the exemption from its current rate of $120,000 to $150,000, even $175,000 or more for individuals, and twice that amount for married couples, I can say with some degree of certainty that it would have sailed through our committee with a unanimous ought to pass vote. But for reasons many of us couldn't understand, HB 617 seeks to raise the number almost tenfold to a whopping $1 million. At the same time, the bill adds ill-defined language to the homestead statute by including several types of housing that would lead to confusion, dispute, and inevitably legal challenges. A homestead exemption is meant to keep families in their homes while they're navigating tough financial times. It's a provision that helps prevent people from going from bad economic circumstances to an unmitigated disaster. And that's a good thing. It would also be a good thing to reevaluate the amount allowable under the exemption from time to time so that homeowners and creditors alike could be sure that those amounts reflect fair market values as economic conditions change. But the current median price of a single-family home in New Hampshire is around $500,000. And the proposal that HB 617 puts forward to increase the potential exemption to twice that amount and 10 times what it is right now is just plain extravagant, unjustified by the numbers, and unworkable because of its confusing language. I urge you to vote no on the committee recommendation of ought to pass as amended, so that another motion can be made and another proposal, more informed by the facts, can be brought forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I request a division vote.
Chair recognizes Representative Murphy. Chair recognizes Representative Litchfield.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to begin by saying I would like to request a roll call vote on this bill, if I could, please. Is it okay to start with that? Do I have to wait? Okay. I'll stop. All right. So this bill is actually a bipartisan bill, or I thought it was a bipartisan bill. It was brought to me by a constituent that typically is conservative, and then a second constituent brought it to me who is actually liberal. This bill is already on the books. This law is already on the books. As we've already heard, it covers a home value of up to $120,000. The problem is that that is not up to date with the current market values of homes in the state of New Hampshire. And I do understand what we're saying, that the median value may be around $500,000. But in doing my research, it's a vast state. There are different pockets with different home values. So I just want to give you a couple of examples. My particular district, the median sales price is $845,000. Atkinson, $1,347,000. Windham, $800,000. Alton, $785,000. And then, let me see, I'll just do Ringe, $809,000. So the point of this law, and it is out there, I've researched all 50 states, many states have it, many of them leave the value of the home unlimited. It does not erase debt, it does not cancel debt. The problem is these days with the civil suits, at one point in time, they would go after your insurance if there was an incident. Nowadays, they're going after your home. So I had an attorney that came to me, and he said to me, look, I have two cases, one that happened a year ago and one that's currently pending. One was a ski accident, purely an accident. He said from the outside looking in, you can tell it inadvertent. Someone was injured, they were hurt. They did not feel that the insurance money was enough, so they went after this person's home. The person almost lost their home. They mentioned another person where it was the same idea. It was a car accident, and they didn't feel that the car insurance covered enough, and they wanted to go after the person's home. You still owe the debt. I went through all 50 states, and I put bumpers in. I tried to cover, and the reason why it's so detailed is I tried to be as comprehensive as I could. So you still have to pay your mortgage, right? You could lose your house if you don't pay your mortgage. You could lose your house if you don't pay your property taxes. If you don't pay your bail bond, you could still lose your house, okay? This is, again, just to protect people from civil suits. And I think that's about it. I'm just simply saying that it's not staying up with the current law. So I would ask you to please pass this, ought to pass with the amendment, and press the green button, and I would like to request a roll call vote, please.
Senator Litchfield has asked for a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us, the majority committee report of ought to pass as amended. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Magliore for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that everyone who testified and all of the written testimony that the committee received on this bill agreed that $1 million is too high and not the right number. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill has confusing language, including what would happen with common areas in homeowners associations and condo associations relative to the value of your house, then, Mr. Speaker, would I vote no on this bill so that a better motion can be made? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative John McDonald for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the current New Hampshire homestead statute allows for a $120,000 homestead exemption to protect the family's home. Mr. Speaker, if I further know that the value of an average single-family home in many New Hampshire communities is now or has soared to $502,500, a 12.9% increase from January of 2024. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, if I know that our families deserve to be protected from attachments or levies on their homes because of medical bills or other debts directly resulting from terminal or catastrophic injury or illness. If I know all this, Mr. Speaker, you should now vote yes and press the green button.
Motion before us, the Majority Committee report of order passed as amended on House Bill 617. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Reed.
If all members present had the opportunity to vote, House will attend the state of the vote. 216 voting yea, 146 voting nay. Committee report is adopted.
This is a division, but no debate, no yes.
Committee on Public Works and Highways, to which was referred House Bill 578 FN. We have a division vote coming right up, so stay in your seats. An act directing a sound barrier along the FE Everett Turnpike, having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Martin Jack for the committee. This is a division vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 578 FN. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members had an opportunity to vote. House will attend to state of the vote. 338 voting aye, 25 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. Committee on Public Works and Highways, to which was referred House Bill 713 FN, an act relative to mile markers along Route 112. Consider the same, report the same with a recommendation the bill ought to pass. Representative Bill Boyd for the committee. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The committee report is adopted, and it's going to finance. Committee on Resources, Recreation, and Development, to which was referred House Bill 607 FN, an act relative to funding the Hampton Beach Area Commission and making appropriations therefore. We consider the same, report the same with a recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Nicholas Bridle for the committee. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted, and it's going to finance. Committee on Resources, Recreation, and Development, to which was referred House Bill 624 FNA, an act establishing a local river management advisory committee grant program and making an appropriation therefore. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment, and the recommendation the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Allison Knapp for the committee. The amendment is 0368H, printed in House Record 14, page 56. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Somebody requested
I guess, I'm sorry, I didn't hear it. Somebody requested a division on the amendment. This is a division vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is the amendment 0368H. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative McFarland.
All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will tend to stay the vote. 296 voting yea, 67 voting nay. The amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass with amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor? Who requested the division? The motion before the vote, the member has requested a division. It will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is ought to pass with amendment on House Bill 624 FNA. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative LaMontagne. Vote, please.
Representative Urban. Representative Sullivan.
While members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to stay the vote. 264 voting yea, 100 voting nay. The committee report is adopted. And it's going to finance. The Committee on Science, Technology, and Energy, to which was referred House Bill 224 FN, an act relative to rebates to ratepayers from the Renewable Energy Fund, and considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and recommendation the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Janine Nodder for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Kat McGee for the minority of the committee. The amendment is 0288H, printed in House Record 14, pages 47 through 48. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass with amendment. The chair recognizes Representative Corman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill is about something called the Renewable Energy Fund. What is that? It is a dedicated, non-lapsing fund. It's funded by the utilities when they fall short of the goals of the Renewable Portfolio Standard. By statute, the Renewable Energy Fund is intended to support, guess what? Renewable energy initiatives. This bill would reallocate the Renewable Energy Fund, including rebates to ratepayers. That sounds pretty good, but I'm going to give you 3 good reasons to vote against this bill. Any one of these 3 should be enough to get you to press the red button, but I'm going to give you all 3. Number 1, because it's a dedicated, non-lapsing fund, that's not what's supposed to happen to it. It's not supposed to be reallocated. It's supposed to be used for the purpose that it's intended for. The current balance is $10 million, and the bill would make 100% of these funds go to purposes that the fund was not intended for. Not only that, this is a really good use of money. Every dollar that's invested from the Renewable Energy Fund actually generates $8 of private investment. That is a pretty darn good leverage, I'd say. We've seen $416 million in private investment from the Renewable Energy Fund program to date. Moreover, remember that renewable energy keeps money in the state. On the other hand, every dollar that we spend on fossil fuels is a dollar going to Texas, Louisiana, Oklahoma, not staying in the state. So that's number 1. Number 2, if you look at the bill, it's unclear how these funds would get redistributed. The bill says that the funds go to administrative costs, to the Office of Offshore Wind and Energy Innovation, and incentive payments. And whatever is left over, that's what goes to the ratepayer rebates. The bill doesn't say how these things get distributed. And I have no idea what incentive payments are. That is just undefined. So what does this work out to? Well, I looked at my December 2024 bill from Liberty Utilities, which by a bill that we passed a couple of years ago, tells us how much we paid into the Renewable Energy Fund, or actually the cost of RPS compliance, Renewable Portfolio Standard compliance. In 2023, the average ratepayer spent $24.75 for the year on compliance with the Renewable Portfolio Standard. Only some of that went into the Renewable Energy Fund. So when you take out the administrative costs, funding the Office of Offshore Wind and Energy Innovation, and whatever incentive payments are, I have no idea, what's left over as a rebate for the average customer would end up buying about one latte from Starbucks per year. So if you think it's a really good idea to tell your constituents, yeah, I decided to keep money flowing to Texas and Oklahoma for fossil fuels so that you could have one latte from Starbucks this year, go for it. Final thing, number 3, and this is the best one. If you look at the trailer bill, HB 2, and I refer you to page 73, section 188 of the bill, it says that it's going to sweep the $10 million that are in the Renewable Energy Fund into the general fund. So which is it? Are we going to use the Renewable Energy Fund to sweep into the general fund? Are we going to have it go to the ratepayers and these other purposes? It can't be both. It seems that someone's left hand doesn't know what someone's right hand is doing. So this is just a plain bad bill. I've given you 3 good reasons to vote against it, so I ask you to press the red button on the ITL motion 3 times. And Mr. Speaker, I request a roll call vote.
Chair recognizes Representative Nodder.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the ought to pass motion on House Bill 224. I sponsored this bill to help lower energy costs. We can do that by rebating most of the Renewable Energy Fund back to ratepayers, saving between $2.5 and $7.3 million a year. We have some of the highest energy costs in the country. We saw an example of the impact of these high electricity prices just last week, where on Friday, the New Hampshire Electric Co-op announced another rate hike, meaning they have increased their rates by more than 6% since December. Granite Staters need relief from higher energy costs now, and this bill offers them that. Rebating funds back to ratepayers is not a new concept. We have been rebating funds from the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative, RGGI, for 13 years, and that has saved ratepayers hundreds of millions of dollars over that time frame. If that legislation didn't go through, we would be paying even higher costs now than we already are. Those opposed to the bill want the subsidies to continue. Subsidy programs help some, but it's at the expense of others, which is unfortunate. As amended, HB 224 will exempt administrative costs and funding for the Office of Energy Innovation, rebate REF money to ratepayers, and lower energy costs. I ask the body to support the OPTA pass motion on House Bill 224 by pressing the green button. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Corman has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us, Majority Committee Report of Order passes amended on House Bill 224. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Swanson for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I knew the Renewable Energy Fund incentivizes critical renewable energy projects in New Hampshire, with nearly 8 times the amount spent from the fund amplified by private funding, and if I knew that Granite Staters were the primary beneficiaries of the renewable energy and economic investments this creates, and if I knew that this bill would undermine the integrity and availability of those fund reserves by shifting them to purposes that may have nothing to do with renewable energy, then would I press the red button to defeat this bill so another motion can be made?
Chair recognizes Representative Notter for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that the Granite State suffers from extremely high energy costs, and if I know that this bill will help alleviate some of the suffering by rebating funds back to the ratepayers, would I then press the green button to pass House Bill 224? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Motion before us, Majority Committee Report of Order passes amended on House Bill 224. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Ullery. Yes or no, please?
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to state of the vote. 200 voting nay, 162 voting nay. The committee report is adopted, and it goes to Ways and Means. Majority of the Committee on Science, Technology, and Energy, to which was referred House Bill 654 FN, an act relative to allowing small customer generators the ability to participate in group net metering. Consider the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative J.D. Bernardi from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Thomas Corman for the minority of the committee. The motion. For what reason does a member rise?
To place HB 654 on the table, please.
Okay, that is a correct motion. The motion is to lay House Bill 654 FN on the table. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and House Bill 654 is laid on the table. For what reason does a member rise?
Mr. Speaker, after consultation with the ranking member on my committee, I move to special order House Bill 723 to the next order of business and would like to speak to my motion.
You may speak to your motion.
So the next two bills, 681 and 723, deal with the same topic, but 723 is the higher priority bill. So we would like to take that up next and would appreciate the indulgence of the members to vote to move that bill to the next order of business. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is to special order House Bill 723 to the next order of business. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Majority Committee on Science, Technology, and Energy, to which was referred House Bill 723 FN, an act repealing the multi-use energy data platform. Having considered the same, report the same with the following recommendation, that the bill ought to pass. Representative Lex Beresny for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Cat McGee from the minority of the committee. Chair recognizes Representative McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good afternoon, esteemed colleagues. I rise in opposition to killing the statewide energy data platform, a project initiated by the state to save people money. Right before we find out just how much money can be saved by Granite Staters if we build it. For my fellow members of the Emerging Technologies Caucus, making energy data accessible is very popular right now. It's a big thing in the United States and around the world because of the money-saving abilities you have when you unlock that data. Governor Sununu signed SB 284 into law in 2019. It compelled the state's electric and gas utilities to work together, along with the New Hampshire energy stakeholders and even experts from around the country who were very interested in this innovative project. And they set up a docket at the Public Utilities Commission, or PUC. Their task was to create secure, automated access to New Hampshire's electric and gas data so that we can plan for and create cost savings on energy throughout the state. We were not the first state to try this. We had examples from states that were early adopters like Texas and Illinois and New York before us, all who got a handle on their energy data in order to find savings and create innovations in the free market. Many other states are in various stages of doing the same thing, and harnessing energy data is not that unusual around the world. But many outsiders looking into our PUC docket were intrigued by the New Hampshire collaboration. It was fruitful. We learned from other states, we applied what we learned, and we designed a tool that would benefit from that knowledge. We talked a lot about innovation and free markets on our committee. We talk about saving people money a lot in the House. And we have certainly spent time telling people we are going to save them money on their energy bills. Well, here's our chance. The bill required the utilities to run a project by forming a governance council of stakeholders, including the Department of Energy. This group includes IT professionals from the utilities who have spent years pursuing something they never would have without the state's prompting. They gave up control of their individual data in order to support this project. And you know what? Since the prime sponsor of the bill had absolutely no knowledge of this project before he filed the bill, I'm thinking maybe some of them still don't want to give up their data. But data access is a gateway to information, and that information unlocks all kinds of innovation in the free market. And you can't manage what you can't measure. So what does the New Hampshire Data Hub do? Automating all our energy data in one place can give individuals a way to figure out the cheapest way to lower their energy bills. It can help energy competitors bring greater efficiencies to businesses, or facilities managers can get accurate pictures of the energy use of their entire building complex. They can't do that today. Or how about municipalities who want an analysis of their gas and electric use so that they can cut energy costs and pass those savings on to taxpayers? The New Hampshire Data Hub is a game changer, but only if we defeat this effort to kill it before the cost-benefit analysis is completed this fall. And if the conclusion of the cost-benefit analysis isn't significant, cost savings for Granite Staters, then the project will be rejected based upon its merits over at the Public Utilities Commission. So there is already a process to kill this project if in any way it comes back not being a cost savings to the ratepayers, able to unlock a lot of savings. So if that cost-benefit analysis doesn't pencil out, then the project will be canceled with the knowledge that we were wrong about the savings that we could bring to ratepayers. But today, we have no proof. We have no proof of the cost, and we have no proof of the benefits. And the guesstimate that makes up the fiscal note admits that the actual costs are unknown, and there is no offer of an assessment of any of the benefits, of which there are many. According to a national energy consulting firm called Dunsky, who did a preliminary New Hampshire-based analysis, they concluded that residential ratepayers will realize most of the savings from the New Hampshire Data Hub. And those savings are in the tens of millions, but they can't give us an actual cost benefit until the price is in on what it'll cost us to build it, and then what those benefits will be. I ask that you push the red button to stop the sabotage of a project that we, the state, pursued in order to save people money on their energy bills. Something we keep saying we're doing. And now you can point to something and say, we are doing that. Nothing is gained by killing this project here today before we know what we are about to lose. Please vote red for your constituents, and Mr. Speaker, I ask that we, I request a roll call vote, please.
Chair recognizes Representative Beresny.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, one of the core functions of the New Hampshire Public Utilities Commission, the PUC, is to evaluate and then approve or deny proposals by regulated utilities for capital improvements. When a utility wants to upgrade equipment or software, they must justify the associated expenses to the PUC. An integral part of this justification is to show that the improvements will be cost-effective and provide benefits to their customers. For example, Unitil successfully went through this process some years ago to upgrade all of their customers' electric meters and to build a data platform and an app where customers can monitor their own electric usage. The current process is well established and effective. The subject of this bill, the statewide multi-use energy data platform law, flips that process on its head. It mandates that the Department of Energy and the utilities build a centralized statewide data platform, and at the same time also mandates that the project should be deferred if the cost is unreasonable or not in the public interest. It is a bit like a perpetual contradiction machine. The project is by law mandated to go forward, but also by law mandated to be deferred if not in the public interest. As you might imagine, this has led to a situation where resources are continuously spent by the Department of Energy, the utilities, and other brokers to move this along. But in the 6 years since this mandate was passed, no code has been written and no software procured. Over the years, 2 federal grants were sought and all were rejected by the Biden administration, which I'd argue was generally supportive of such infrastructure projects. Some of the reasons for rejection included, quote, does not adequately build a case that the proposed project will lead to proposed benefits, and, quote, the project impact may be unrealistic, and, quote, does not justify the project's economic viability. So to reiterate, the previous Green Energy Administration, which was not shy in spending on these kinds of projects, deemed this project does not have economic viability. Proponents will argue that the benefits are clear and that after 6 years, only the cost is still unknown. Let's validate some of that argument. On costs, we have some hints. Utilities have estimated $4.5 to $7 million just in their own costs to simply connect to this data platform. You can reasonably extrapolate from this that the platform itself will be significantly more than the connection costs, probably in the tens of millions of dollars. The benefits argument comes from a report by the Dunsky Corporation, and it only covers customers accessing their own usage data, like the Unitil example I gave earlier. But the Unitil solution was built and operates today without the statewide data platform. Therefore, the argued benefits can already be achieved and are being achieved without this platform. But maybe there are other benefits we just haven't discovered yet. A colleague in committee suggested, quote, why not just build it and then see if there are any benefits? I actually agree with that sentiment. This is what software startups do all the time. Sometimes they build valuable and beneficial products, but most of the time they end up failing. Tech innovation is not easy or straightforward. It's best left to entrepreneurs, to risk takers, and the free market, not to a state government bureaucracy. The role of government is to be responsible stewards of public resources. The government should stick to buying reliable and proven software with clear benefits, especially when it comes to our energy grid. So is the statewide data platform beneficial? Maybe, maybe not. But after 6 years of trying to get this project off the ground, perhaps it's time to cut our losses. The Department of Energy would be the biggest benefactor of this project because it would give them a view of the statewide energy usage. And yet they testify that they are neutral on this bill. If they don't need this platform, and utilities can already meet their customer needs with their own data platforms, then let's repeal this mandate and save some money. Vote green. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative McGee has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? You need to stand up. It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. The motion before us is how to pass on House Bill 723. This is going to be a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative McGee for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. If I know that ratepayers lose if we kill this project before we secure the cost-benefit analysis that we have been working towards for quite some time, and if I know that there is a process in place for that decision to be made at the Public Utilities Commission, and so we do not have to kill it here today, if I know that in an information age, unlocking data invites innovators to create solutions that are not available today to help us save money, but the New Hampshire Data Hub has tangible ways to save people money without those future savings that we haven't identified yet. And finally, if I know that together we can overturn the OTP and move on to an ITL so that this New Hampshire tech project that we could all be proud of is not derailed today at the 11th hour after a lot of work has been put in by all of the parties involved, then would I now press the red button to thank those who did this work and let them and give them a chance to prove that they can bring energy savings to the Granite State. Thank you.
Chair calls Representative Doug Thomas for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know it's been 6 years since this bill was enacted and nothing has been built yet, if I also know that this bill circumvents the normal cost-benefit justification process, and if I know the benefits are still unclear and that the installation costs alone are between $4.5 and $7 million, and God knows how much more, then, Mr. Speaker, would I then press the green button and repeal this bill? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is the Majority Committee report of order passed on House Bill 723. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend today the vote. 201 voting yea, 160 voting nay. Committee report is adopted, and it is going to finance. Majority of the Committee on Science, Technology, and Energy, to which was referred House Bill 681 FN, an act establishing a statewide online energy data platform. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Lex Beresny for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation the bill ought to pass. Representative Thomas Corman for the minority of the committee. Are you ready for the question on the motion of inexpedient to legislate? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on State and Federal Relations and Veterans Affairs, to which was referred HCR 1, an act calling for policymakers locally and nationally to fully consider all relevant information and factors pertaining to climate change before pursuing courses of action that could adversely affect any economy or environment. And considered the same, report the same with a recommendation the bill ought to pass. Senator Michael Moffett from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Christine Siebert for the minority of the committee. The chair recognizes Representative Siebert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. All right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At first glance, HCR 1 appears benign, and in all honesty, it sounds like a good, smart, and fair measure to have. Yet the title is deceiving, and the true intent is the exact opposite. Many of us attend hearings, listen and read to all testimony. The text provides only baseless accusations with no reliable evidence to back it up. None of us need a resolution that prematurely assigns intent on our behalf on any given issue. Each piece of legislation is unique and deserves to be looked at objectively since the time of its inception. In an August Granite State poll, 41% of Republicans ages 18 to 34 said climate change was human-caused. In fact, polling suggests that younger voters of any age bracket, regardless of political party, are prioritizing the environment and climate change. When it comes to their views on climate, 2/3 of younger Republicans acknowledge that human activity contributes to climate change. There comes a point where evidence is truly overwhelming and hard to ignore. HCR 1 is nothing more than a last-ditch attempt to have the last word when your argument is the losing one. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Moffett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this resolution simply calls for all voices to be heard as we develop climate policy. The bill has been public. The committee reports are public. You can read those. So why is this important that all voices be heard? Well, climate alarmists and extremists have long been very successful in defining the climate narrative on their terms. Hysterical claims abound. I won't go through them. You've heard a lot of them. And we're constantly told there's a climate consensus among scientists. But in 2023, a list of 1,609 scientists, scholars, and others, this list was released, and these folks said, quote, "There is no climate emergency," unquote. Of particular interest to our State, Federal, and Veterans Committee were efforts to force our military aircraft to use biofuel, which is much more expensive. It's more climate friendly, but much more expensive. And it's problematical for Air Force and aviation folks. Or to mandate battery-powered tactical vehicles. So when the climate craze threatens national security, we need to take notice. California, even as you probably heard, California has even passed a law banning the sale of gas-powered cars in 10 years, 2035. Many want New Hampshire to follow. Next door in Vermont, lawmakers did some really radical climate legislating 2 years ago. People want New Hampshire to follow suit. In Vermont, they want the energy companies to pay big time for changing Vermont's climate. So here in this body, or in any legislative body, we're often asked to impose higher electric rates, as the folks in science and tech know so well, to subsidize questionable climate initiatives. Fortunately, we've been able to resist much of that pressure. But here in New Hampshire, not so long ago, in this very body, a bill came to this body to ban wood stoves in New Hampshire. I'm from Coos County, I'm from Groveton. We had a wood stove. My dad put in a wood furnace. So the movement to take away wood stoves or furnaces and that type of thing, of which there are so many proposals and ideas, especially like in schools. And the flip side of those arguments are hard to get out there. Then there are the carbon credit or carbon allowance issues. The United Nations assigns carbon credit formulas to various countries who are supposed to monitor carbon emissions and report back to the UN. Organizations can buy or sell carbon credits. 13 states, many of our neighbors, are involved in cap and trade. I would submit that such programs have zero impact on our climate, but they do make electric rates higher. And many climate activists, as you've heard, fly around the world in jets. Now, they leave massive carbon footprints, so to counter that, they plant trees to offset their carbon use, or they buy forests. They plant trees to buy forests, and why does that matter to us? Well, out-of-state entity purchases in Coos County, they purchased 146,000 acres of forest in Coos County, my original home county, to engage in carbon offsets and even sell carbon credits. So they've taken the forest land up north, and it's no longer available for timber use. It's for carbon credits and carbon offsets. So it's hard to raise awareness about the dangers of climate extremism when the media, the so-called clean energy industries, lawmakers, academics, and alarmists control the narrative. When they join forces and when people like me question the extent of man's impact on climate, we get called deniers. So let's stop bullying people who are skeptical of some of the climate claims. This resolution simply calls for all voices to be heard. And I'll close with a personal example. Some of you know that I do opinion pieces, I write. I had something in today's Union Leader, for example. But when I write about climate, I can't, oftentimes I'll try to counter some climate perspective with a different climate perspective, and I can't get it published as a personal example. And yet, a 15-year-old Swedish activist named Greta Thunberg got to address the United Nations. So that's the type of thing we're talking about. Or AOC was the head of the Green New Deal. She was a bartender. So to finish...
House will be in order.
To finish, we don't want to see good people being bullied, threatened, or called deniers, or worse, if they have concerns about dubious climate policies. So let's just let all voices be heard. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is the Majority Committee report of ought to pass on HCR 1. Are you ready for the question? A division has been requested. Members, take your seats. Who are we requested the roll call. General Granger requests a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded?
Oh, sorry.
It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. The motion before us is the Majority Committee report of ought to pass on HCR 1. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Seibert for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this measure does a disservice to everyone here by assigning blame and intent without allowing for the proper process to take place in an unbiased way, and if I know that divisiveness is already rampant in this body and adding to the pile is irresponsible to everyone in the state of New Hampshire, and finally, Mr. Speaker, that everyone is anxious for us to hand the floor over to the Transportation Committee, then would I please press the red button so that we may bring forward a motion to be voted on in a voice vote in the name of personal sovereignty. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Moffett for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that climate extremism is scaring the heck out of our children, and if I know that some folks are ridiculed and they have their views suppressed if they challenge climate alarmism, and if I don't want New Hampshire to follow in trace of other states where lawmakers have been bullied into passing dubious climate laws, and finally, if I know that we should promote a diversity of opinion regarding climate and that we should offer equity of media access to all opinions, as well as inclusion of climate perspectives as we develop laws and policies, would I then press the ironically colored green button to pass this resolution and call for all voices to be heard?
The motion before us, Majority. House will be in order. The motion before us, Majority Committee report of ought to pass on HCR 1. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. While members present have an opportunity to vote, House will tend to say the vote. 197 voting yea, 156 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. Pending on transportation, to which was referred House Bill 305, an act relative to speed and red light cameras for traffic enforcement. Consider the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it's inexpedient to legislate. Senator Henry Gierson for the committee. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. Majority Committee on Transportation, to which was referred House Bill 419, an act requiring vehicle headlights to be on when windshield wipers are also on. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Matthew Potaro for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, will report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Ms. Mark Pamadon for the minority of the committee. The chair recognizes Representative Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know what I meant, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, thank you so much for not calling me up after the circumcision issue, because full disclosure, I had it done as a baby and I cried my eyes out. Just, you know, I wasn't happy to have, this is the only time in my life I wasn't happy to have 10 cents off. Moving on. This is an issue of what 18 other states do. They have, when your windshield wipers are on, you should have your headlights on. Now, we all come from areas that have these two-lane roads winding through the hills. They go up and down, they go around, and your grandma is riding down this road. Coming the other way is an oversized John Deere tractor. Now they're getting closer and closer. And now there's driving rain that we're used to in New Hampshire. You know, in New Hampshire they say if you don't like the weather, just wait a minute. That being said, they're getting closer. Her wipers are on. They get to 900 feet. If her lights are on, they would have saw each other, but they don't. They get to 700 feet. They still don't see each other. They get to 400 feet. They don't see each other. At 100 feet, they finally see each other, but it's too late to maneuver. Grandma got run over by a John Deere. As I say, 18 states have this, including our New England neighbors of Connecticut, Maine, Massachusetts, and Rhode Island. There was a study done for daytime use of automotive headlamps during inclement weather. Was conducted by the Lighting Research Center at the Rensselaer Polytechnical Institute, one of the leading engineering schools in the country, and it compared data from 7 states. And in that data, what they looked at was a defined time before and after they passed these statutes. And what they found was the results showed that there was a 7% deduction in fatal accidents during daytime inclement weather and a 30% deduction in fatal accidents during dusk and dawn. That's right. 7% reduction and 30% reduction. Now, we all have people on the roads that we love, we have families, we have loved ones, we have friends, and we have constituents. We're giving you the chance right now to lower their chance of fatality by 7% and 30%. I think we should press the red button and help Grandma get down the road.
Chair recognizes Representative Gorski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the committee's motion of ITL for 2 reasons. Number 1, the majority felt most vehicles already have daylight lights on their car, and in terms of the wipers working during that time, it makes this bill moot. Second of all, it adds more responsibility for our unburdened law enforcement. Now they become the wiper police. Please press the green button. Thank you.
Representative Granger has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is the Majority Committee report of inexpedient legislature on House Bill 419. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Jones for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I knew that all of us have people we care about, constituents we care about, loved ones we care about on the road, and if I knew we could decrease the incident fatality by 7 to 30%, wouldn't I push the red button?
Chair recognizes Representative Walsh for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that most vehicles manufactured nowadays, their headlights come on when the windshield wipers come on because it usually gets pretty dark. Mr. Speaker, I also know if you agree with this topic, something like this would be better addressed as education, as a PSA, or maybe even using the digital programmable signs on the side of the highways. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the people of this state don't need any more frivolous reasons to get pulled over on the side of the road, then wouldn't I have pressed the green button?
The motion before us is a Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 419. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Booth.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend the state of the vote. 227 voting yea, 129 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. Committee on Transportation, to which was referred House Bill 649 FN, removing the requirement for physical safety inspections and onboard diagnostic tests for passenger vehicles and eliminating funding for the Motor Vehicle Air Pollution Abatement Fund. The House will be in order. This comes without recommendation. Representative Walsh moves ought to pass, and the chair recognizes Representative Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, we heard significant testimony
throughout the period, we all received, I assume you all got them, all of those emails from all of our constituents frustrated by the inspection program. We know it is broken. We know it needs to be reworked. We want to fix it. This bill is not the correct fix. We had the opportunity from the author of the bill to work with them to address many of the shortcomings we saw in it. We had the offer. We did not have the opportunity. We did not get the time to work with them to resolve those issues during the process. It was pushed to a vote, and here we are. Most notably, there's a significant financial risk to the state the way this bill is written. We currently have an agreement with the Department of Transportation and the Environmental Protection Agency. That leads, if we come out of compliance with an EPA mandate for emissions testing, we are putting as much as $200 million a year in DOT funding at risk. I don't know if it'll happen. I don't know if the DOT will take it away. I don't know if the DOT will still exist, or excuse me, the EPA will still exist to take it away. But it is an unacceptable risk at this point to not account for that, especially given our financial position. And therefore, I encourage you to vote against the ought to pass for this so that we have an opportunity to fix the bill and make it work better for the Granite State. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Addyson for
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I come before the body today in support of House Bill 649, which would overturn the so-called safety inspections on vehicles on public roadways. New Hampshire is one of only 10 states left that have a law such as this. 40 states don't have it or have passed to get rid of it. Research has shown that there is not a significant disparity in injury or lethality accidents between states that do and do not have inspections such as this. Indeed, there is no clear presence of danger to the public. So I'll ask a question: who is responsible for the safe operation of their motor vehicle? The operator is, the owner is. There should not be a business of supplementing private industry under penalty of law and fines. This is especially true when this law or policy is questioned based on ethics, transparency, and equal application. In terms of ethics and transparency, while there is a reporting method to report an impropriety or a questionable inspection, it's not known by much of the public. In fact, there was testimony that only 60 people had put in complaints last year. Also, if you want a second opinion, many shops will not inspect a car that has been declined somewhere else because they don't want to be investigated for how they're doing inspections. As far as equal application under law, we've heard from voters of all demographics that they don't feel like it is equally applied. It disproportionately affects the less financially secure. And I'll ask one other question. Do any of you know of any single woman or elderly person who feels like they were the victim of predatory business practices in the inspection law? The fact that this is possibly the most unpopular law that exists in the books of the state of New Hampshire and has the public outcrying for us to overturn it and move the liability back to the owner and away from the false sense of security of the inspector should speak volumes. Now, also, in speaking with the members of the House Transportation Committee, we've been trying to throw guardrails on this for years now. A little pun intended, yes. But as long as it stands as it's passed under RSA 541-A, which has allowed it to do its own rules writing and expand its own program without this legislative body, you are no longer in control of this law, and you haven't been for a long time. So when the majority of our constituents are begging us to overturn this, and when we know that we're no longer in control of it, I believe that it is our duty to pass this, and I hope that you will join me in pressing the green button.
the motion before us is ought to pass on House Bill 649. A roll call has been requested. Is that sufficient? Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a This will be a roll call vote. Yes. The motion before us is how to pass on House Bill 649. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Ayu for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that there's bipartisan agreement that the State Motor Vehicle Safety Inspection Program needs reform, and if I know that when enacting that reform, we should be careful to avoid unintended consequences like eliminating the emissions program and potentially causing problems with the EPA by taking a scalpel to the program rather than a sledgehammer, and if I know that the Transportation Committee retained HB 209, a bill that will be worked on this summer and is a much better scalpel than this bill, would I now press the red button to defeat the ITL motion so that another motion can be made? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Stephen Smith for a parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, if you and my colleagues who've been around for a while recall seeing me for years stand here and defend the inspection program, well, if I know I can't do that anymore, because over those years I have tried to get reasonable reforms. If I know that I put a statute in that said you can't be failed for cosmetic rust, because damn it, you have the right to drive an ugly vehicle in New Hampshire. And despite that, the Department of Safety and the shops have ignored the statute, which was effective on passage, and that today people are still being failed for something that is the law. Mr. Speaker, if I know I've tried to work with the industry and they have stopped us at every single turn, and I'm mad as hell and I'm not going to take it anymore, and today I want to stick up for my constituents, then, Mr. Speaker, would I press the green button to send a message that it's the people of New Hampshire that I'm worried about today?
House will be in order. The motion before us is how to pass on House Bill 649. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to state of the vote. The House will be in order. 212 yeas, 143 nays. The committee report is adopted. Representative Melvin and Nodder declared a conflict of interest and did not vote. The last bill goes to Ways and Means. Committee on Resources and Recreation, we're on the bill removed from the consent calendar. Committee on Resources, Recreation, Development, to which was referred House Bill 691 FN, an act prohibiting the addition of fluoridation chemicals to public water systems. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution: resolved that it's inexpedient to legislate. Senator Nicholas Bridle for the committee. Chair recognizes Representative Polozov.
Mr. Speaker, please oppose the committee recommendation on this bipartisan bill. The committee assessed that towns can address public water fluoridation via a warrant article. What the committee did not realize that it is immoral to bulk medicate the whole population regardless of their personal medical needs and regardless of their individual sensitivities. On top of that, last year, Biden's health agencies finally confirmed that fluoride is neurotoxic and was lowering IQ for certain populations. Finally, the committee did not know that between their deliberation and now Utah legislature fully advanced identical legislation, so we won't be the first to vote for it. So please vote red to fight against chronic disabilities bankrupting our towns. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Bridle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, the Resources, Recreation, and Development Committee heard broad testimony both in support and opposition regarding the science and health effects of these chemicals in the water system. However, the committee feels the issue does not need additional superfluous state legislation, as local communities served by these water supplies have local control and chose to add chemicals to their water supply. They also have the means to choose to remove these chemicals from the water supplies as well. The committee feels that this issue is about local control, and the committee recommends not adding additional legislation where it isn't needed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Granger has requested a roll call when it... Representative Polozov has requested a roll call when it's sufficiently seconded, and it has been sufficiently seconded. Members, take your seats. This will be a roll call vote. The motion before us is inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 691. It's a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Diane Kelly for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that the safety of fluoride in water is questionable and increasing research is showing health risks like neurological problems, hypothyroidism, osteoporosis, and cancer, and if I know that the benefits of water fluoridation can be obtained by pills or topical fluoride treatments such as toothpaste and rinses, and if I further know that informed consent should be guaranteed for all individuals so that they can decide for themselves rather than some local governing body in a low turnout election, would I then press the red button so that a better motion can be made? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Bridle for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the municipalities had the local control and local choice to add chemicals to their water supply and thus the choice to remove them as well, and if I know that 14 of the 15 members of this committee voted in favor to ITL the motion for this legislation as it's a local control issue and does not need any further legislation, would I not press the green button to cast my vote to ITL this bill? Thank you.
The motion before us is any speed to legislator on House Bill 691. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Bushman.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend state of the vote.
You got it.
190 voting yea, 156 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. Recognize the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a note from the chair of the Committee on Ways and Means. Mr. Speaker, I waive off the second committee referral of House Bill 649 pursuant to House Rule 47F.
Chair recognizes a member from Auburn, Representative Osborne, for a third reading motion.
Thank you. Resolved that the House now adjourn from the early session, that the business of the late session be in order at the present time, that the reading of bills be by title only and resolutions by caption only, and that all bills ordered to third reading be read a third time by this resolution, and that all titles of bills be the same as adopted, and that they be passed at the present time, and when the House adjourns today, it be to meet Thursday, March 13th at 10 a.m.
Question is on the third reading motion. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. We have one announcement. Representative Iman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Emerging Technologies Caucus. We have a field trip tomorrow to Energy Park in Manchester. It's 780 North Commercial Street. We're going to have a presentation and a tour. It's a secure facility, so please contact me before just showing up tomorrow. Thank you.
We now want to request for unanimous consent. The chair recognizes Nick Germana.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Speaker, I did it already. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In May of 2022, my son Dylan and I spent a glorious afternoon being shown around Munich by a young Ukrainian woman who had moved to Germany as a teenager with her parents. After the tour, over beer and sauerbraten, she told us that her family had finally prevailed in convincing her grandparents to flee their war-torn country and join them in Germany. They left behind the only homes and only communities they had ever known, and they left behind sons, nephews, and grandsons who remained in Ukraine fighting for their country's freedom. Her grandparents understood that they would likely never see their homes again, but even more devastatingly, they knew that they would likely never see those loved ones again. On a train from Berlin headed west to Hanover, we met dozens of women and children, Ukrainian refugees, carrying all of their earthly possessions with them, but also the mental and emotional baggage of the trauma that will haunt their families for generations. February 24th marked 3 years since the Russian invasion of Ukraine, launching the largest land war in Europe since the Second World War. From the very first moments of this barbaric conflict, Granite Staters have shown unflagging dedication to the cause of freedom for Ukraine. giving money, time, and energy to support the victims of Russian aggression. 2 grassroots organizations here in New Hampshire have been hard at work supporting Ukraine since the earliest days of this barbaric conflict. NH for Ukraine and Common Main for Ukraine have provided money, food, medical supplies, and social services to the victims of the war in Poland and closer to the front in Ukraine itself. Granite Staters feel a special affinity, I think, for Ukrainians. They embody our motto, live free or die. As we mark the 3rd anniversary of this tragic war, let us recommit ourselves to the cause of freedom that we in New Hampshire hold so dear. Granite Staters stand with Ukraine.
Chair recognizes Representative DeRoy.
Committee members, one of my constituents had asked me to come up here and request that we put our emails back on the system so that each one of the committee's members would receive their individual emails. So, Mr. Speaker, I would like to call that the House acquiesce to the request of the petition and direct IT to create a unique email address for each standing, special, and statutory committee that delivers the emails to each member of that particular committee. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Layon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor Women's History Month. In March 1911, a fire started inside the Triangle Shirtwaist Factory in New York City. And as the 146 women working inside rushed to exit, they realized the doors were locked to keep them inside and working. They all died. These women, silenced in life, spoke loudly in death, leading to greater protection from workers. This tragedy also added to the momentum for the women's suffrage movement. Just 9 years later, women gained the right to vote. We gained our voice. While today we have our voice at the ballot box and in the legislature, too often women still stay silent to keep the peace or out of fear. A woman forced to keep quiet in potentially dangerous situations is encouraged to become a victim through inaction. How often do we ask women to speak out in cases of domestic abuse, yet they are still afraid that they will be ignored, so they suffer in silence? 105 years ago, women gained the right to vote. Some 140 of us in this chamber have a strong voice to stand, vote, and speak for those who elected us. When women are silenced, it hurts all of us. We stand today at a pivotal moment. Women who have been silenced are gaining back their voices. And indeed, in 2011, on the 100th anniversary of the Women's History Month, President Barack Obama said that there is still work to be done before women achieve true parity. But what is parity? Is it the equal opportunity to speak up for yourself, your safety, your emotional needs? Or is parity the erasing of women, women's spaces, women's sports, and women's voices? Women thought that the kind thing to do was to make space and hold their tongues, but rather than finding a tolerable compromise, they were pushed another foot for every inch they gave. They had to violate their boundaries and yield to men in their self-esteem while forsaking their own. Women were on a path to become history, not to make history. 114 years ago, women across the nation let the women working in garment shops know they were not alone, that they need not be silent, that they need not accept danger just to make men more comfortable. We have a choice to make. Our children and grandchildren are watching.
The member will suspend. Somebody needs to come down and withdraw their consent.
I feel like I'm getting silenced. Sorry. Keep talking. I'll the speaker ask.
Somebody needs to do it.
I object and I withdraw my consent.
Representative Murray withdraws her consent.
Representative Murray withdraws her consent.
So the question now is, shall the member continue?
The question is, shall the member continue? Members, take your seats. This will be a division vote. The request is for a roll call. It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. The motion before us is withdrawing consent for Representative Layon to continue speaking. This is going to be a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Germana for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that I've been teaching women's history at the college level for more than 20 years, and if I believe that we do not need to denigrate or diminish any of our fellow Granite Staters in order to celebrate and honor women's history, would I now press the red button to bring this to an end?
Chair recognizes Representative Layon for a parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, if I know that this vote is whether or not we are going to silence women, would I then press the red button? Green button, please.
Can we at least have order for a few more minutes? The motion before us is to whether Representative Layon can continue speaking. This is a vote has to be three-fifths. This is a three-fifth vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Kelly, sorry. Representative Manahar.
All members present have an opportunity to vote. House will tend to stay to the vote. 171 voting yea, 89 voting nay. The motion passes. The House will be in order, damn it. Enough. Now let her speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I was saying, the women working in the garment shops were placed in danger by the men who owned and operated those garment shops. Now we have a choice to make. Our children and grandchildren are watching. Will we stand with these women?
The House will be in order.
Will we stand with these women and girls who are reclaiming their voices, reclaiming their spaces, and reclaiming their right to succeed or fail on their own merits? Or will we roll over and make this the first? Will we instead roll over and make this the first Women Are History Month? I ask you to stand with me, with the President who just signed a proclamation declaring March 2025 Women's History Month for women's rights, to tell women and girls that they matter, that their voices matter, and that their boundaries matter. We must overcome the campaign to silence women, or women ourselves will become history. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I look forward to the day when we can also celebrate men who have been demonized and villainized for too long.
Chair recognizes Representative Newell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Each year, on March 6th, we who have lost a loved one to overdose make our presence, our grief, and our love with nowhere to go seen in the form of a black balloon. This tradition resonates deeply with me personally, as my kids often wrote messages on balloons to send up to Daddy on his birthday when they were young. I won't hold you for long, but I felt it was important to mark this day, particularly in this body, and to harden our resolve in taking the necessary steps to prevent further loss. If you are willing and able, I ask you to stand for a moment of silence to remember those lost and the many Granite Staters who live on without parents, grandparents, siblings, children, and friends. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Gallagher.
Hello, I rise today in commemoration of the European Day of Remembrance for the Righteous, which is today, March 6th. So I'd just like to read the resolution for it. It's short. The European Parliament, having regard to Rule 123 of its Rules of Procedure, recalling a great moral significance of the Garden of the Righteous in Jerusalem, initiated by the late Moshe Bezshki, paying tribute to those who helped the Jews during the Holocaust, recalling the institutions that have honored people who saved lives during all genocides and mass murders, such as the Armenian, Bosnian, Cambodian, and Rwandan ones, and all other crimes against humanity perpetrated in the 20th and 21st centuries, recalling all those who preserved human dignity during Nazism and communist totalitarianism, whereas the remembrance of good is essential to the process of European integration because it teaches younger generations that everyone can always choose to help other human beings and defend human dignity, and that public institutions have a duty to highlight the example set by people who managed to protect those persecuted out of hate. Therefore, supports the call made by leading citizens to establish a European Day of Remembrance for the Righteous to commemorate on the 6th of March those who challenged crimes against humanity and totalitarianism with individual responsibility. So I think that's important for us to remember now, especially as our alliances with Europe are being threatened. I think we need to remember some of our shared values of standing up against oppression and totalitarianism, and I hope that you will do that with me today. Thanks.
For what reason does the member rise?
To make a motion.
State your motion.
I move that all of the unanimous consent remarks that we just heard be placed in the permanent journal.
Without objection. For what Representative Osborne moves the House stand in recess for the purposes of introduction of bills, vacate motions, enroll bill amendments, enroll bill reports, and receiving messages. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. The House is in recess until Thursday, March 13, 2025 at 10 a.m.